Chapter 1001. In any case, the night before the wedding. And Lin's plan to let Xiao Chou have a good time seemed to have failed. Xiao Chou wasn't able to get high, but Lin and Dabai were quite happy. The three of them made their way out of the seductive fox house and returned to their living quarters. A man who's been hurt by love is still able to remain true to himself. It has to be said that Xiao Chou really is a loyal man. And Lin shook his head and sighed with emotion. It's actually not a good thing to be too loyal. Love can get hurt easily, and even the heavens themselves will grow old. Brother Chou, you're living a very tiring life if you're so serious. Woof! Dabai wagged his snowy white tail as he offered his opinion of love. Xiao Chou smiled upon hearing this. Don't worry, I've already gotten over it. I just haven't gotten over it yet. And Lin and Dabai were quite relieved to hear this. That night was a very lively one. Qinghu City was a city that never slept, and many of the entertainment venues in the city were still open until the next day. And Lin and the others didn't stay up too late. After all, there was still an adorable little fairy waiting for them. And Lin couldn't ruin his perfect image in Tina's heart, even though it was very likely that his image had been ruined a long time ago. Giant and Lin, why were you out for so long? Tina placed her hands on her hips as she interrogated Lin in a delicate voice. And Lin coughed lightly before replying in a nonchalant manner. We were taking Xiao Chou out to relax, so we went to watch a dance. That's right. There were foxes playing with that dance, but our hearts were clear, and we chased all of those seductive cheese away. Woof! Dabai chimed in with a righteous expression. Tina turned to look at Xiao Chou with a surprised expression. You're that obedient? Xiao Chou nodded with a speechless expression. That was indeed the case. He had indeed chased all of those seductive cheese away, and he had done it with his face. However, what was with the intense sorrow in his heart? This was the first time he had realized that ugliness could also be a weapon. The next morning, on this day, a fragrant aroma wafted through the entire city. Red flower petals fell from the sky, creating a red carpet on the ground. The fox tribe all put up celebratory decorations to celebrate this beautiful day. Bai Yao and Chen Nan's wedding was going to take place on this day. In the largest imperial palace of Qinghu City, the Qinghu Imperial Palace, powerful beings from all over the world began to gather here. A series of ferocious mutant beasts flew over atop clouds and mist as they dragged throned carriages. There were even WYRMS flying in the Xiao Chou. It was an extremely prosperous and spectacular scene. Because there were a lot of visitors, the guards at the gate only recognized the invitations and not all the experts. Chou Xiao Chou Ling Xiao Chou Chou Xiao. White light flashed in his eyes for a moment. He saw three extremely complicated and huge formations. They were harmonizing with each other and enveloped the entire palace. This spell formation was of an extremely high level, and it was most likely a Dao integration stage spell formation. Even though Lin could see the flaws in the spell formation, it would not be easy for him to break it. However, he didn't need to do so. He was only here to accompany the clown to be stabbed in the heart. This wedding sure is massive. It's almost as big as when our sect was first established. Woof! Dabai couldn't help but exclaim in amazement at the sight of all the powerful beings passing by. This is a grand occasion for the entire creation realm, so it's only normal to have a wedding of this scale. And Lin replied. Many sect representatives from the creation realm had arrived, and Lin's team of 1 man, 1 monkey, 1 dog, and 1 fairy was quite special, but they were completely unremarkable here, so there was no need for any disguises. This was because the living beings here were far more eccentric than they were. A huge snowball rolling forward caught sight of a huge silver saber and extended an excited greeting. Ha ha ha, mighty Saber King, long time no see. You're still as dazzling as ever. The silver-white giant saber waved a few times in the air proudly. Of course, my saber is not old, and my charm is still there. Why? Do you want to taste my big baby? Snowball excitedly rolled around the silver-white giant knife, and the cold air around it became a bit stronger. It said excitedly, "Great! Let's have a good battle tonight. Let's see if your saber is tougher, or if my snow is tighter." Giant and Lynn, what are they talking about? Tina asked with a curious expression. Ahem, they're probably challenging me to a battle. And Lynn didn't want to explain in detail. He felt like his thoughts were a little too dirty, and he didn't want to lead the innocent fairy astray. Similar scenes were taking place all over the Azure Fox Imperial Palace. The living beings in the creation realm were the most eccentric on the entire continent. Animals becoming spirits was already very common. Apart from that, there were also snowballs becoming spirits, weapons becoming spirits, and food becoming spirits. Dubai passed by a VIP restaurant and caught sight of a sesame pancake chasing after 2 huge golden youtiao. It almost ate the pancake and the youtiao in its mouth. From a certain perspective, the fox tribe of the creation realm was the most normal race in the entire realm. At the very least, their development was very normal. Who could tell in Lynn how a sesame pancake could give birth? How could soybean milk and youtiao make love? Tina's instincts told her that everything she was seeing was extremely novel. The living beings here seemed to have intelligence and souls bestowed upon them by the heavens. It's incredible. And Lynn and Dubai nodded in agreement to Tina's statement. At this moment, somewhere not far away, a dozen or so rock golems with flames burning in their chests had also arrived at the wedding venue. They immediately attracted countless pairs of eyes upon their appearance. This was not because of their appearances. Instead, it was because of their identities. These rock golems with flames burning in their chests belonged to the divine rock tribe, which ruled over one of the 10 main cities of the creation realm, Stone City. The higher-ups of the fox tribe immediately made their way toward the divine rock tribe. At this moment, one of the rock golems turned its attention to Enlin, and its pupils contracted slightly. "What's wrong, Hongdo?" a powerful rock golem asked. "Nothing. I think I saw someone familiar," Hongdo replied. "Familiar? Who?" the rock golem asked curiously. The rock golem was very intrigued by the fact that Hongdo was acquainted with someone as sly as him. I think I was mistaken." Hongdo shook his head before turning his attention back to the fox tribe. Even though he was very curious as to why Enlin was here, he knew that now was not the time to reunite with him. 2 hours later, the experts and sect representatives of the major races had gathered together, and there were at least 100,000 of them. At this moment, a pure white palace that was supported by white crystal pillars appeared at the center of the imperial palace. At the same time, divine light and heavenly music erupted. A joyous tune began to play. All of the living beings turned their eyes toward the extremely intricate white palace. And Lin and Xiao Cho had already made their way to the front of the wedding venue. Now, the much-anticipated wedding was finally about to begin. Chapter 1002. The White Palace attracted everyone's attention. A red carpet extended from the palace to a certain palace. There were over 100 beautiful vixens in long blue dresses, standing on either side of the red carpet. Within the palace, there were 5 white foxes and 4 black foxes waiting silently. They were the closest family members of the couple. The most powerful of the foxes, the Azure Fox tribe, sent a handsome Azure Fox mighty figure to stand in the air outside the palace. He held a green pearl in his hand and presided over the entire wedding. "Good morning, all of you. My name is Qingyinghu, and I will be officiating this world-renowned wedding." Immediately afterward, he began to introduce some of the important figures, and Lin used his divine sense to detect that there were over 30 return to Void Stage mighty figures present, including 5 return to Void Final Stage mighty figures. Among them were a white fox, a black fox, a green fox, and 2 top-rate mighty figures from the Hall of Creation. It had to be said that this was quite a formidable lineup. Thankfully, Xiao Cho wasn't planning to crash the wedding. Otherwise, this would be hell. That's strange. I feel like someone's looking at me, and Lin murmured to himself as he looked around, but he didn't discover anything out of the ordinary. Within the divine rock tribe, Hong Do immediately turned toward the central palace as his heart thumped in his chest. Why was he seeing Lin here? This didn't make sense. Hong Do was extremely perplexed. Even though he had repressed the urge to greet Lin, he couldn't help but want to know what Lin was up to. Before he knew it, Hong Do felt like he had fallen prey to Lin. What did the wedding of two Fox tribe cultivators have to do with Lin? Was there some kind of hidden agenda? Could it be that he was going to do something earth-shattering? If he was going to do something big, then who was he targeting? The main characters of this wedding were Bai Yao and Chen Nan. If Lin really had a target, then it would be those two Fox tribe cultivators. Could it be that there was some kind of secret between Lin and Princess Bai Yao? Hong Do's eyes widened, and he drew a sharp intake of breath as this thought occurred to him. He felt like he had discovered something important. And Lin was in love with Princess Bai Yao, so he was going to crash the wedding. Oh my God! And Lin really had guts. Hong Do was extremely excited, and he turned to Lin with scorching anticipation in his eyes. It felt that, as a friend who did not get to know each other through a fight, it could help out a little in the White Palace. A warm smile appeared on Bai Yao's mother, Bai Muyu's face, as she turned to the black fox beside her. Chen Hao, I heard that Nan made another breakthrough in his dark corrosion, divine flame 2 days ago? The tall man with light stubble on his face snorted coldly and said in a displeased tone, So what if I am? Bai Muyu's smile remained unchanged. That's naturally something that makes me extremely happy. Chen Hao's face convulsed slightly, but he didn't say anything as he continued to maintain his authority as the Black Fox Emperor. Next, we would like to invite the most exceptional prodigy of the Fox tribe's younger generation, young Master Chen Nan. Qing Yinghu announced in a loud voice. Immediately, there was a burst of enthusiastic cheers and applause. There were even many Fox clan girls who were blushing and screaming loudly. A man in a black Taoist robe made his way out of the palace. His appearance was truly very handsome. His figure was tall and straight, and his pair of black eyes were as bright as the stars. Not only could women easily fall in love with him, even men who saw such a handsome man would not be able to control themselves. Of course, an iron-willed man like Lin was an exception. He and Big Brother Qing had been brothers for so long that they had developed an immunity to such things. Chen Nan's appearance was undoubtedly met with a wave of raucous cheers. A faint smile appeared on Chen Nan's face as he made his way toward the center of the palace before turning his eyes toward the palace. Many living beings were attracted by Chen Nan's dazzling, handsome features, and Lin harumphed coldly. A man like this is the dream of millions of Fox Clan girls? Bullsh *T. I'll be more handsome than him even if I dress up a little. Dubai chimed in. This black fox really isn't a good match for Bai Yao. Bai Yao must have been blind to have chosen Black Fox. Don't be sad, Big Brother Cho. When you unleash your power, all the black foxes and white foxes will have to bow down to you. Woof! Both of them surreptitiously turned toward Xiao Cho as they spoke. They were afraid that Xiao Cho would be dealt a heavy blow by Chen Nan, which was why they were saying this. However, Xiao Cho didn't pay any heed to Chen Nan. Instead, his large, light bulb-like eyes were focused intently on the palace in the distance. Qing Yinghu's impassioned voice sounded again. Young Master Chen Nan has already taken his place. Now, let us welcome the most exceptional prodigy of the Fox tribe's younger generation, the dream of millions of Fox tribe men, Princess Bai Yao. All of the Fox tribe cultivators began to scream and cheer, accompanied by the heart-wrenching cries of some of the Fox tribe men, as if the girl of their dreams had left them. However, Lin's expression had darkened. What was with Qing Yinghu's seemingly familiar line? Couldn't he at least make it a little more special? How could someone like him be the host of the Fox tribe's wedding of the century? Tens of thousands of spectators erupted into raucous cheers. A beautiful white figure appeared at the entrance of the palace. She wore a regal and holy phoenix coronet with a moon gem on her head, and she wore a pristine white wedding dress that accentuated her flawless figure. Her off-the-shoulder, short-sleeved dress accentuated her fair skin, and she wore a pair of white crystal shoes on her feet. Thus, Bai Yao made her way toward her prince, charming like a princess. Most of the living beings were entranced by Bai Yao's beauty, and cries of surprise and admiration rang out incessantly. Qin Nan wore a smile on his face as he silently welcomed his princess. This is such a dreamy and beautiful scene. Ah, young Master Qin Nan is so handsome. Princess Bai Yao is also very beautiful. Even though my Prince Charming has been taken by her, I have to admit that she's the only one worthy of my Prince Charming. They really are a match made in heaven. All other living beings would be punished by the heavens if they dared to interfere. All of the living beings expressed their blessings toward the newlyweds. Almost all of the living beings present thought that these two Fox tribe cultivators were the most perfect couple. Xiao Chou stared blankly at Bai Yao as she made her way toward Qin Nan. Memories of the past resurfaced in his mind, and the chatter around him became more and more jarring. But he forced himself to repress his emotions. Yes, what a perfect couple. Bai Yao was like a white swan, while Xiao Chou was like an ugly duckling at most. Would a white swan like an ugly duckling? No, she would only like a black swan. Xiao Chou had heard a fairy tale before. There was once an ugly duckling who grew up to become a white swan. What a beautiful story. Xiao Chou's childhood was very similar to that of an ugly duckling. There was once an ugly duckling, and it grew up to become even uglier. That's right, Xiao Chou didn't become a white swan. Instead, he went from adorably ugly to ugly. This was Xiao Chou's story. Fairy tales were all lies. Now that the white swan was getting married, ugly duckling could only look on blankly from afar. Bai Yao made her way to the center of the palace. As the publicly acknowledged #1 beauty of the younger generation of the Fox tribe, her beauty could only be described as breathtaking. Her beautiful eyes swept across the people who had come to congratulate her. All of the living beings in her wake felt as if their hearts had skipped a beat. A second later, Bai Yao's gaze settled on a certain spot. There was a particularly eye-catching figure there. Even after such a long time, she was still able to immediately spot him amid all of the living beings present. Bai Yao's smile was as vibrant as a flower. She spoke with excitement, "I see you." The holy and beautiful white swan had discovered the masked, ugly duckling. Chapter 1003. Qin Nan, what are you talking about? Bai Muyu's expression darkened slightly. Wait a bit longer. A faint smile appeared on Bai Yao's face, and no other emotions could be gleaned from it. Tina also began to make a few hand seals, and a divine light flashed through her green eyes. Things had developed in a completely different direction than he had imagined. Boom! A blue-tailed mermaid made her way over with tears shimmering in her eyes. Qin Nan, I'm here to pick you up. Come with me. Are you finally going to lay your cards on the table? Let me tell you the truth, I'm not. Huh. Black Fox Qin Nan's expression remained unchanged, and he still wore a joyful and expectant smile on his face. This was something that he had always believed in, and he had never given up on. Even after eating 1,000 green fox fruits at the Rare Fruit Pavilion a few days ago, he had never let go of this belief. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suggested coming here to witness Bai Yao's blissful expression. I have a spatial divine technique that allows me to perform extremely fast spatial skipping. Even a return to void final stage mighty figure would find it extremely difficult to catch up to us, Tina said. It was such a grand occasion. Yet Princess Bai Yao had lost control of her emotions and uttered such a nonsensical remark. This drew the attention of almost all of the living beings in the area. A cold smile appeared on Chunnan's face as he turned to Bai Muyu. Your daughter needs my dark corrosion divine flame to repress the frosty yang root within her body, and she's only using me to do so. It was exactly because of this that everyone stared at the two newlyweds with incredulity in their eyes. Who would have thought that there would be such an inside story behind this wedding? Hong Do was staring at Enlin with excitement in his eyes. Enlin also turned to look at Enlin with a smile. Do you want to go? Do you want to be with Bai Yao? We'll go and get Bai Yao back for you. This was a fact. It's nothing. I just saw a friend of mine. However, he also knew that this was not the time to question Enlin. F***ck. He had thought that Bai Yao was being forced into a marriage. All of the Fox tribe living beings were quite displeased. His voice wasn't very loud, but everyone present was quite powerful, so they naturally heard him. Bai Yao's smile and her words struck him deeply in the heart, making him want to charge toward her without any regard for his own safety. Unknowingly, a rain of petals fell from the sky. The scene was extremely beautiful and spectacular. Bai Yao faltered slightly upon hearing this. What was he doing now? The clown turned to look at Enlin. Xiao Cho looked at his companions who wanted to fight for his happiness. Then at the return to void final stage mighty figures on the stage, and he opened his mouth to speak before shaking his head with difficulty. The evil-slaying sword had already appeared in Enlin's hand. The clown turned his gaze to the hall with excitement. With this in mind, the flames on Hong Do's chest burned even more brightly. The family's blessings had ended, and now it was time for the couple to take their vows. The wedding ceremony continued. He felt like he was being a little strange. He really wanted to be with Bai Yao, so he should have been happy to see Qin and turn him down. However, when he saw the scene in front of him, an unknown rage surged in his heart, making him want to beat Black Fox up. Bai Yao and Chen Nan really did make a great couple. However, if he were to be with Bai Yao, he would definitely be laughed at by everyone else. Perhaps he would even be struck by divine lightning. There, Bai Yao and Chen Nan were looking at one another with joyful and relaxed smiles on their faces. For some reason, when he saw this scene, his heart slowly cooled down. Qin Nan looked directly into Bai Muyu's eyes. I'm only saying all of this to expose your lies. I was forced into this marriage. I don't love Bai Yao. It understood what Bai Yao was implying. Bai Yao had said that she had seen him, that she had seen Enlin. That was a simple sentence, but Enlin, Dabai, and Tina were rooted to the spot. Qin Nan, what the hell are you talking about? Bai Muyu flared up with rage. The clown's fists were tightly clenched. Qing Yinghu made his way between Qin Nan and Bai Yao before speaking in a solemn voice. Black Fox Qin Nan, are you willing to take Princess Bai Yao as your wife? Love her and be faithful to her, no matter if she is poor, sick, disabled, or dead. Are you willing? For some reason, a smile suddenly appeared on Bai Yao's face upon seeing Qin Nan's expression. There was a very good chance that he was going to kidnap the bride. And Lin's mouth also gaped open as he fell into a momentary daze. And Lin and Bai Yao really did have something going on. I'm not willing. Before he even had a chance to finish his sentence, heaven and earth suddenly began to tremor violently. What the F***ck? What kind of answer was this? His words were like a bolt of lightning that completely intimidated everyone. And Lin had already activated his cultivation method and was waiting for the clown to say the word. He would immediately rush forward and clear a path for the clown. The Black Fox young master, Qin Nan, looked at Bai Yao with a smile. Big Brother Cho, I told you that Qin Nan isn't a good match for Bai Yao. You're the only good match for her, woof. Dabai was also rubbing his claws with excitement. Boom! All of the flower petals falling from the sky suddenly faltered. What was he supposed to do in this situation? Friends? What kind of friends would make her do something like this? At this moment, joyous and romantic music began to play again. In the end, the groom was being forced into a marriage. The clown's breathing became more rapid. He silently took a step forward, and his surging battle intent seemed to be about to burst out. "Clown, tell me, do you want to do this or not?" And Lin urged. All of the living beings present widened their eyes as they stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes, as if they had heard something wrong. Right before everyone's eyes, the clown looked at Chunnan, and it had to be said that he really was very handsome. The clown really liked Bai Yao, and he also felt like Bai Yao liked him. The clown stared blankly at everyone before him as tears welled up in his eyes again. Two extremely terrifying auras erupted into the sky. "I saw you." I didn't really believe it at first, but Bai Yao was able to spot the masked big brother clown at first glance, and she even said it on the spot. "This is definitely true love. I have to do my part for Big Brother Clown's happiness." The princess of the Spirit Fish clan had brought many mighty figures with her to the wedding, and Lin was completely dumbstruck. They hadn't even started the wedding, and the groom was already saying that he wasn't willing? What the hell was going on? And Lin was astonished, and his head felt like mush. Most importantly, he dared to say it on the spot. "Big Brother," and the clown's breathing accelerated, and his body began to tremble slightly. The clown's body also trembled violently as he tried to repress his impulses. The wedding host, Qinginghu, was even more dumbstruck. Heaven and earth instantly fell silent. "Do you want to go?" Two returned to void final stage mermaid mighty figures suddenly set up an extremely terrifying enchantment barrier to seal off a small area of the wedding hall. Almost all of the living beings turned toward the direction in which Bai Yao was looking, but Bai Yao had already turned toward Chunnan. "Little Yao, who did you see?" Bai Muyu's brows furrowed slightly. Chapter 1004. Some of the experts present recognized the blue-tailed mermaid who had suddenly appeared. "She's the second princess of the Hong Meng Divine Altar of the Spirit Fish clan, Lan Xiaoni." "My God, how did she get involved with Chunnan? Is she trying to kidnap the bride?" Everyone stared at the scenes unfolding before their eyes with dumbstruck expressions. The Qinghu Imperial Palace is not a place where you can run amok. A return to void final stage Green Fox tribe mighty figure let loose an enraged roar before attacking the enchantment barrier set up by the two Spirit Fish clan mighty figures. All of the other Green Fox tribe powerful beings also attacked at the same time, creating an extremely chaotic scene. As for the other two return to void final stage mighty figures from the creation realm, they remained silent with their eyes closed. They didn't want to interfere in a conflict of interest like this. Within the enchantment barrier, Lan Xiaoni flew toward Chunnan. "Chunnan, stop this farce right now." Bai Muyu turned to attack Chunnan. However, a figure stood in Chunnan's way as the power of the divine Tao surged forth. "You!" Bai Muyu's expression was filled with rage. The person standing in her way was none other than the most powerful being in the Black Fox tribe, Black Fox Emperor Qin Hao. "Ha ha ha! We don't need to interfere in the affairs of our juniors." Qin Hao laughed heartily as he summoned a black pearl, which instantly enshrouded both him and Bai Muyu, thereby restricting her movements. It was also at this moment that Chunnan turned to Bai Yao with a ferocious expression. "You wanted to use my dark corrosion divine flame, but you didn't expect that I would also need the power of the Frosty Yang root to repress the increasingly fearsome flame power within my body. However, the only difference is that I can directly extract your Frosty Yang root." Bai Yao's features paled slightly, and she seemed to have realized Chunnan's intentions. She took a couple of steps back, but her enchanting eyes were filled with determination. "I had no intention of marrying you to begin with. Seeing as you're thinking the same thing, I have even less of a burden to bear." Chunnan chuckled coldly as he made his way toward Bai Yao. He treated her words as a bluff. "Please stop, young Master Chunnan. Don't do anything rash." The wedding MC, Qinginghu, finally knew what he had to do, and he positioned himself in front of Bai Yao. F***ck off. Lan Xiaoni let loose a clear cry before transforming into a streak of blue light and pouncing toward the Cyan Shadow Fox. The return to void initial stage Cyan Shadow Fox was knocked aside by Lan Xiaoni. Chen then put on a pair of metal gloves, and dark corrosive flames burst forth as he made his way toward Bai Yao. Don't worry, as long as you don't resist, I'll extract your frosty yang root without taking your life. Of course, there was one more thing he didn't say. Don't blame me for losing my cultivation. Rumble. All of a sudden, the barrier shook violently. What's going on? Chun Nan's expression changed drastically. He turned to look at the barrier, only to see that a mighty figure who had chosen to watch from the sidelines had suddenly intervened in this matter. This was Yu Do from the Divine Rock Tribe. He was currently attacking the Spirit Fish Clan's barrier with the Green Fox Tribe mighty figure. Grandpa, hurry up and smash it. My friend's woman is in danger. Hongdo yelled. Yu Do let loose an enraged roar, and his mountainous fists rained down on the enchantment barrier as he roared in a thunderous voice. Release Mr. and Lin's woman. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. He had already heard Hong Do's recount of what had happened. He was very familiar with the romance of kidnapping a bride. However, he didn't think that both sides would try to kidnap the bride. This was quite an exciting turn of events. Yu Do decided to stand with his grandson's friend and cooperate with the Green Fox Tribe mighty figure. The Green Fox Tribe was dumbstruck. They were very happy to have another powerful ally. But what the hell was this about releasing Enlin's woman? Could it be that Bai Yao was Enlin's mouth gaped open as 10,000 mythological beasts stampeded over his heart? Enlin, could it be the Lord of Transcendence Enlin? My God, Enlin is in a relationship with Bai Yao? Why don't I understand what's going on at this wedding? Look, Enlin really is there. Gasp. Lan Xiaoni kidnapped Qinan, and Enlin kidnapped Bai Yao? This is explosive. This is going to rock the entire continent. All of the onlookers' eyes widened as they discussed among themselves. Enlin was dumbstruck. His heart was starting to feel a little overwhelmed by the way things had been twisted during this period of time. What the F***ck was going on now? This was way too bizarre and terrifying. What the F***ck was this about Enlin's woman? Why was Bai Yao involved with him? Who was trying to set him up? If Su Xiaolan were to find out about this, he was going to be screwed. Brother, let me explain. Enlin almost threw up a mouthful of blood as he turned to look at Xiao Chou. If he were to find out who was trying to set him up, he was going to cut that be asterisk starred into 1,000 pieces. Big brother I know what kind of person Bai Yao is. You've been misunderstood. Xiao Chou pulled out his bat as his aura soared into the heavens. Enlin. Xiao Chou was far too understanding. Chun Nan and his allies were in an even more urgent situation upon learning of Enlin's existence. Bai Yao, your frosty en route is mine. Chun Nan roared with rage as he made a grabbing motion toward Bai Yao. A massive, corrosive palm of divine flames enshrouded Bai Yao like a net, sealing off all avenues of escape for her. In that instant, a terrifying sense of peril engulfed Bai Yao's entire body. She was completely alone and helpless, and she could only defend with all her might as she unleashed a series of ice walls in front of her. However, Chun Nan's full-force attack was far more powerful than hers, and it quickly shattered the ice walls. Bai Yao's delicate body was blasted flying by the overwhelming power of the attack, and she threw up blood as she threw up a mouthful of blood. Corrosive black flames swept toward Bai Yao in hot pursuit, and heaven and earth suddenly fell into darkness. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted, as if something had shattered. Bai Yao! A familiar enraged roar erupted. The black flames were suddenly shattered by a burst of immense power. Bai Yao's eyes became extremely bright. She was greeted by the sight of a peerlessly domineering monkey clad in a suit of black crystal armor and wearing a mask. He was like a peerless hero as he swept through Chen Nan's spell technique with a single strike of his staff, a powerful arm then encircled around by Yao's waist to support her plummeting body. How could this be? Chen Nan's eyes widened. You're... He didn't even get a chance to finish a sentence before another man appeared before him, and a massive golden fist imbued with extremely terrifying power hurtled directly toward his face. The fist was far too fast for Chen Nan to evade in time. The terrifying power of the earth instantly tore through his protective true energy barrier. Boom! Chen Nan's handsome features were twisted, his nose was caved in, and a few of his teeth were also broken. His body was also blasted flying like a cannonball by the boundless power behind the fist. Countless onlookers let loose cries of surprise upon seeing this. Meanwhile, on the other side, a dazzling smile appeared on Bai Yao's face after she had been saved by the mysterious monkey. The domineering monkey had saved an exquisitely beautiful woman. All of the living beings in the creation realm gasped in amazement upon seeing this. Little monkey, I knew you would come. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Even though there was a bit of a mishap, I'm really happy. Bai Yao spoke with excitement as she silently removed the mask in front of her. The familiar eyes were slightly red, as if they had just been crying. The familiar nose, the familiar crooked mouth, and the familiar face, all of the living beings present drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing the monkey mask being removed. What an ugly monkey! The monkey's image was in stark contrast to that of a domineering monkey. In particular, the contrast between him and the exquisitely beautiful Bai Yao was even more glaring to the eyes. Long time no see, little monkey. Bai Yao's smile remained unchanged as she stroked Xiao Chou with her slender hands. She raised her head and pressed her lips against Xiao Chou's right before everyone's eyes. A passionate kiss. Chapter 1005. A rain of petals fell from the sky at the wedding venue. That was a kiss that was imbued with boundless passion. All of the living beings were dumbstruck. Regardless of whether it was the Fox tribe members who were engaged in battle or the onlookers who had come to congratulate them, all of them stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. The most beautiful princess among the younger generation of the Fox tribe had just kissed an extremely ugly monkey deeply. In that instant, it was as if everything had paled in comparison. The powerful visual impact made all of the living beings' minds go blank. And Lin, Debai, and Tina were also dumbstruck. They had some speculations about the relationship between Xiao Chou and Bai Yao, and they all thought that Bai Yao might be in love with Xiao Chou, but they didn't think that it would be to this extent. And Lin couldn't help but recall that night at the seductive Fox house. Xiao Chou had once said that he would take off his mask, and if anyone could initiate a kiss with him, he would be with that person. However, after taking off his mask, all of the Fox tribe women fled in fear. To the Fox tribe, who were extremely sensitive to appearances, Xiao Chou's appearance was like a nuclear weapon. However, Bai Yao took off Xiao Chou's mask of her own accord before kissing him without any hesitation. From the smile on her face, it could be seen that she was serious. All of the living beings, including Enlin and the others, were struck by the same thought upon seeing this. Was Bai Yao blind or something? Perhaps this is true love, Enlin murmured to himself. In terms of aptitude, Xiao Chou wasn't much inferior to Bai Yao. In terms of status, Bai Yao was the princess of the White Fox tribe. In terms of appearance, one was in heaven, while the other was in hell. However, Bai Yao had made such an astonishing choice. Only by following her heart would she be able to do something like this. Just as everyone was astonished by this scene, Hongdo suddenly came to his senses, and he stared at Enlin with astonishment etched on his face. My friend, Enlin, you've been cuckolded. Enlin's woman had initiated a kiss with a monkey, and she had kissed him right in front of everyone. Hongdo felt as if he could see the boundless grassland above Enlin's head. Many living beings also came to a realization upon hearing Hongdo's cry of surprise. As a result, the voices of Enlin was cuckolded by a monkey continued to appear at the wedding venue, and Lin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He turned his gaze to the source of the first voice and looked at the familiar stone man. Everything that had happened before finally connected. It was him again, the rock golem Hongdo, who tricked people without batting an eyelid. Hongdo, I'll kill you. And Lin flew into a rage and pulled out his evil slaying sword. Right at this moment, Bai Yao and Xiao Chao's kiss finally ended. Their lips slowly parted. Bai Yao looked at Xiao Chou with a mesmerizing light rippling in her eyes. Xiao Chou stared blankly at Bai Yao with tears in his eyes. Little Yao, you haven't changed at all. You're still as beautiful as ever. A sweet smile appeared on Bai Yao's face. You haven't changed either. You're just as ugly as before. Why did you kiss me? I'm so ugly and we're just friends. Xiao Chou was a little stumped. This was the first time he had been kissed by someone. He had thought that no one would ever kiss him with his looks. However, the person he loved the most, the girl who made him feel inferior, had kissed him without any hesitation. An aggrieved expression appeared on Bai Yao's face. What do you mean we're just friends? I thought that day I asked you if you would mind marrying a fox as your Dao partner, and you said you didn't mind, so we fell in love. So that's not the case? Xiao Chou faltered upon hearing this, and tears began to flow from his eyes again. He recalled back to that day. The little monkey and the little fox were sitting on a tree branch, looking up at the starry night sky and chatting with each other in a carefree manner as fireflies fluttered through the air. The little fox had asked that question, and the little monkey had answered without any hesitation. However, who would have thought that both of them would fall in love at that moment? The love in this world was nothing more than a white porcelain plum soup in the middle of summer. That night was very simple and pure, but the words they had spoken and the emotions they had felt were deeply engraved in their hearts. Over 100 years had passed. The white fox and the monkey had both grown up and met again. Bai Yao was still stubbornly clinging to the feelings they had shared in the past, just like the clown's perseverance. No, I don't mind. I love being with little Yao the most, and that has never changed. Xiao Chou held Bai Yao tightly in his arms as he spoke with passion in his voice, and Lin sighed with emotion as he looked at the two of them embracing each other. He had initially thought that Xiao Chou's concept of love was very strange and couldn't be any more fake. Only now did he discover that Bai Yao and Xiao Chou's train of thought was the same. When two creatures with strange views on love met, they could really collide and create blinding sparks. A vibrant smile finally appeared on Bai Yao's face upon hearing Xiao Chou's reply. I've been waiting for this day, the day you come to find me. On the day of your arrival, I will wear a wedding dress and throw myself into your arms without a care for anything else. Then I will fly away with you, right before everyone's eyes. The injured Bai Yao was held in Xiao Chou's princess arms. The bride's pristine white wedding dress danced in the wind, caressing Xiao Chou's black crystal armor in an extremely natural and harmonious manner. Bai Yao was still staring at Xiao Chou with a loving gaze. This was a beautiful and meaningful scene. All of the onlookers selectively ignored Xiao Chou's appearance. On the other side, a woman was wailing as she hugged a man. My Chen Nan, why are you disfigured? Not only are your teeth gone, but your face is also crooked. How can I love you when you're so ugly? Wah! Chen Nan roared with rage in his heart. What the hell was she talking about? Wasn't there something wrong with Lan Xiaoni's focus? She should at least feed him a regenerative spirit pill. Boom! Another violent explosion erupted. Black Fox Emperor Qin had released by Muyu's restraints before attacking Bai Yao. He was going to do what his son had failed to do. Things had already progressed to this point, so he had no choice but to take the Frosty Yang route. Otherwise, his son's life would be forfeit, and Lin and Tina instantly appeared before Xiao Chou at this moment. Get out of my way. Do you want to die? Qin had let loose an enraged roar as he launched a palm through the air. The power of the black divine Dao swept forth with mountain-toppling force. making the entire space warp and warp. And Lin summoned a black brick and placed it in front of him. After an earth-shattering collision, the black brick remained completely unscathed and remained in front of Lin. Divine technique, divine treasure strike. Tina's sword projection pierced through space as she unleashed a top-notch divine technique that she had attained in the divine mirror world toward Chen Hao's chest. Space froze over as her sword projection fell silent, and the ringing of her sword erupted into the heavens. Chen Hao was a return to void final stage mighty figure, but he was struck by a sense of peril, and he immediately clasped his hands together before grabbing tightly onto the oncoming sword projection. His body was knocked back by the sword projection. "Protect Princess by Yao!" Bai Muyu yelled. One white fox tribe mighty figure after another sprang into action, as well as the green fox tribe and divine rock tribe mighty figures. However, the black fox tribe was not inferior in the slightest, and they had the assistance of the spirit fish clan mighty figure as well. Bai Yao did not panic in the slightest upon seeing this. Instead, she pulled out a white jade pendant with mysterious symbols engraved upon it before handing it to Xiao Chou. Xiao Chou was a little confused. This is the divine skipping talisman that I was planning to use with you after we met. Bai Yao took a deep breath before turning to Xiao Chou. "Little monkey, let's elope together." Chapter 1006. Elope? Xiao Chou's entire body faltered upon hearing this. An extremely powerful surge of emotions welled up in his heart. What did it mean when a girl said something like this to you? It was an expression of extreme trust and the desire to abandon everything else in order to be with you. "Little monkey, take me away from all of this and away from all of this. Let's live a good life together, all right?" Bai Yao stared at Xiao Chou with flames burning in her eyes. Xiao Chou didn't even have the courage to meet Bai Yao in the past, but Bai Yao was courageously telling him that she wanted to elope with him. What a joyous and touching feeling. Xiao Chou wrapped his arms tightly around Bai Yao's waist and nodded. All right. The spatial skipping talisman in his hand was activated, and a rainbow divine light enshrouded the two of them. Crap, she's trying to get away. Chen Hao's expression shifted drastically, and he transformed into a streak of black divine light as he hurtled toward Xiao Chou and Bai Yao like a bolt of lightning. However, he was suddenly struck by a sharp pain in his lower abdomen, immediately following which an unknown liquid erupted from his bottom. Holy F *CK? Chen Hao's eyes widened. At this moment, a man with reddish golden skin hurtled toward them before launching a fist toward them. An extremely terrifying power surged forth, and Chen Hao had no choice but to defend himself with a palm. The clash between the two instantly sent shockwaves surging for close to 10 kilometers, and Chen Hao was caught off guard and was knocked back over a kilometer. Hong Dou's jaw almost fell to the ground upon seeing this. My God, is this the Lin I know? Why was it that every time they encountered each other, and Lin's power level would increase by a whole new level? Now, he was even able to battle return to void final stage mighty figures without any external help? Ha ha ha, little Dou, your friend is quite powerful. He's almost on par with me. Yu Dou laughed heartily after knocking back a spirit fish clan mighty figure with a single punch. Hong Dou was feeling extremely conflicted. This was once an opponent who was on par with him, but now he was on par with his grandfather. This was a massive blow to his confidence. Chen Hao's attack had been interrupted by Lin, and he lost the opportunity to continue his surprise attack on Bai Yao. In the void beside the wedding hall, the colorful brilliance suddenly became extremely dazzling, wrapping around the two people in the middle. All kinds of colors intertwined and spread in a circle, like a short-lived epiphyllum. The splendor of the moment was breathtaking. After the dazzling rainbow light dissipated, Xiao Chou and Bai Yao had already disappeared on the spot. Their auras were completely untraceable, as if they didn't exist in this world in the first place. All of the living beings present including the extremely powerful return to void stage mighty figures, were dumbstruck. This was the fearsomeness of the spatial skipping talisman. Even return to void final stage mighty figures would be at a complete loss in the face of such a powerful spell technique. Monkey, you eloped with our princess. Oh my God, such a thing actually happened. This is too romantic. I really envy them. No, my clan's most beautiful princess actually ran away with an ugly monkey. I can't accept this. Some were envious, while others were unable to accept reality and broke down. They had never imagined that this earth-shattering farce would end in such a manner. So what if there were many tribes involved? Regardless of whether they won or lost, regardless of whether they were in the right or wrong, Bai Yao and Xiao Cho escaped from this world, and nothing happened after that. All of the Fox tribe cultivators also stopped fighting. The main characters had run away, so what the F***CK were they supposed to fight? All of the divine rock tribe powerful beings also stopped fighting and turned to Enlin with sympathetic expressions. Enlin almost threw up a mouthful of blood. What the hell was with all of them looking at him like that? Why were they looking at him like he was some kind of environmentalist? Enlin turned to Hong Do with an enraged expression. Hong Do turned to Enlin with a confused expression. Brother, I helped you. So why are you looking at me like that? Even if your woman was abducted by your monkey, you can't blame me for that. Enlin! Scammers were very infuriating. This scammer had no self-awareness after scamming someone, and that was even more infuriating. Enlin gritted his teeth and pulled out his evil-slaying sword. Hong Do immediately hid behind his grandpa in fear. Yao! To think that you would make such a choice. Bai Muyu looked into the distance and heaved a faint sigh. That's a life-saving trump card, and it's your most precious trump card. To think that you would use it to elope with that monkey. A hint of exhaustion and sorrow appeared in Bai Muyu's eyes. She naturally recognized Xiao Cho. In order to cure Bai Yao's frosty en route, which was becoming more and more uncontrollable, she had taken Bai Yao to the Myriad Mountain Realm in order to find a medicine that could repress Bai Yao's frosty en route. Bai Muyu was passing by a mountain, and her heart was filled with sympathy at the sight of the monkey about to be killed, which was why she saved Xiao Cho. In the end, seeing as her daughter didn't have any juniors to play with, she decided to use Xiao Cho as a playmate. However, never would she have thought, now that her playmate had grown up, he had abducted her daughter. Retreat. Black Fox Emperor Chen, how commanded. All of the Black Fox tribe, powerful beings, began to flee into the distance. Their target had already disappeared, so there was no point in them staying here. You want to run? You want to run away after wreaking havoc at the Green Fox tribe's imperial wedding? The return to void final stage mighty figure from the Green Fox tribe stomped his foot, and 3 extremely terrifying formations lit up with scintillating light, instantly enshrouding the entire imperial palace. All of the living beings came to their senses only then to discover that there was another couple who had come to steal the wedding. Lan Xiaoni of the Spirit Fish clan was carrying Chin Nan, who had been severely wounded by Enlin's punch, in her arms as she hurriedly retreated. She had cried enough and had no choice but to face reality. Chin Nan, whose face had been smashed flat, should be able to recover his handsome face after consuming a healing immortal pill. Second uncle, heavenly priest, come and help me. Lan Xiaoni hurtled toward the imperial palace's spell formation atop her semi-transparent bubble like a cannonball. The mighty figures of the Spirit Fish clan had obviously come prepared for this. They pulled out their black and white spears at the same time before stabbing a massive hole into a certain direction within the spell formation. The Black Fox tribe powerful beings immediately rushed toward that direction upon seeing the hole. The Spirit Fish clan also retreated as they fought. All of them were returned to void final stage mighty figures, and unless they really wanted to kill each other, it would be very difficult to trap them. In the end, Lan Xiaoni also succeeded in stealing the wedding, and she escaped from Qing, whose city with Chin Nan in her arms. Even though the White Fox tribe and Green Fox tribe hated the Black Fox tribe and the Spiritfish clan, they weren't really going to risk their lives over this. And Lin heaved a forlorn sigh as he looked on at his enemies, fleeing into the distance. It's finally come to an end. After this wedding, my heart is about to explode. He had only wanted to watch the wedding in peace before drinking with Xiao Cho to drown his sorrows. Who would have thought that he would encounter 2 weddings at the wedding? The groom had attempted to steal the bride's frosty young root, while the bride and Xiao Cho had publicly abused each other. And in the end, Xiao Cho had eloped with the bride. One unforeseen event followed another. What was most infuriating to Enlin was that Hong Do had misled everyone into thinking that he had been cuckolded. And Lin had been cuckolded. And Lin had been cuckolded my A***s. Chapter 1007. And Lin couldn't help but glare at Hong Do with rage at the thought of being cuckolded. His killing intent radiated outward like a substantial wave. Hong Do knew that Enlin was serious. He really did want to kill him. He had no choice but to hide behind his grandpa. This wedding that had attracted the attention of the entire creation realm drew to a conclusion in an extremely peculiar manner. No one could have predicted that things would turn out like this, including the central figures of this event, Chun Nan and Bai Yao. Who would have thought that things would turn out like this? Both the bride and groom had been kidnapped, leaving behind a large group of guests who were still trying to sort out their opinions. Bai Muyu stepped through the air and made her way over to Enlin with a gentle expression on her face. She hadn't unleashed any seduction techniques, but Enlin's heart still trembled at the sight of her, and he almost lost himself in her beauty. This was a natural seduction technique. Every single one of her movements resonated with heaven and earth. Of course, the Fox tribe didn't view this as seduction. Perhaps this was a difference in aesthetic standards. Even though their movements were extremely seductive, they viewed this as beauty. Only beauty could seduce people. And Lin looked at the beautiful woman before him. Her brows were as dark as ink, and her eyes were rippling like ripples of water, giving her a natural and pitiable appearance. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "What a powerful being!" Dabai couldn't take his eyes off her, and he stared intently at her with his large, round eyes. "You're sect leader, Enlin, of the 4-9 Immortal sect, right? Thank you for saving my daughter's life." Bai Muyu extended a slight curtsy in a seductive manner. Thankfully, Enlin had seen his fair share of supreme-grade beauties, so he was able to keep his composure and join his hands in a salute with a smile. "There's no need to thank me. We're going to be in-laws from now on." "Bai Muyu!" A faint smile appeared on the vixen's face, but she didn't say anything. How could she be so shameless and direct? Did she even ask for my opinion? At this moment, many more Fox tribe cultivators gathered around them, and most of them were looking at them with hostile expressions. It was quite clear that Enlin and the others had become the center of attention. This kind of focus did not seem to be glorious. After all, his men had eloped with the princess of the White Fox clan. In a sense, they were here to crash the wedding, just like Lan Xiaoni and the others. The only difference between them and Lan Xiaoni was that they had saved Bai Yao's life. This was also the reason why Enlin and the others could continue to shamelessly stay here. As a matter of fact, Enlin was thinking about how to resolve the dispute peacefully and then take the opportunity to become in-laws with the White Fox clan. "My daughter didn't pick up her voice transmission talisman. Can you contact your friends so we can go and pick them up together?" Bai Muyu asked with a warm and enchanting smile. The fact that her daughter didn't pick up her mother's call was quite heartbreaking. "That's a good idea." And Lin nodded. He was also quite worried about the clown, so he took out his voice transmission talisman and tried to contact the clown. A few minutes later, he called several times, but no one picked up. And Lin, how could he not give him any face? He was going to be humiliated. Perhaps the clown and Bai Yao are doing something. Let's not disturb them, woof. Dabai's lips curled into a knowing smile. All of the White Fox clan cultivators instantly exploded with rage upon hearing this. F*CKU. Hurry up and beat this Dubai dog to death. Wah, is my goddess by really going to be defiled by a monkey? I hate it. Dubai dog is spouting nonsense. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill him. I want to eat dog meat tonight. All of the White Fox clan cultivators roared with righteous indignation. Dubai hid behind and Lin in fear, unsure of what he had said. Bai Muyu did her best to maintain a smile. Mr. and Lin, I'll be sending people to find my daughter. There are some important matters that we need to discuss later tonight. No problem. And Lin also wore a distressed expression. I hope they're doing well. In reality, he was actually quite complimentary in his heart. Nice job, Xiaoqiu. Hurry up and seize the opportunity. What's done cannot be undone. If we do that, we'll definitely get married. The White Fox handed a badge to Enlin. This is the pass to the White Fox Imperial Palace. I'll send people to search for my daughter. See you tonight. The White Fox bade farewell to Enlin and the others as she spoke. Enlin and the others weren't in a hurry. In fact, they were hoping that the White Fox would find Xiaoqiu sooner. Their people were pigs that dug cabbages. Their mentality was completely different. Giant Enlin, Xiaoqiu is so awesome. To think that a beautiful girl like Bai Yao would fall in love with him. How did he do it? Tina was a little surprised, and Lin fell silent for a moment before speculating. Perhaps there's some kind of law of nature involved. What law of nature? Tina cocked her head to the side. The law of nature is that when the most beautiful and the ugliest clash, they form a harmonious and complementary relationship. This is the perfect embodiment of yin and yang, and at the same time it can create the most powerful sparks through the intense contrast between the two. And Lin replied with a serious expression. Tina. Giant and Lin, I'm very touched by your **T. And Lin, astonishment. My little Na is so smart. All of a sudden, a powerful voice sounded from behind him. Mr. and Lin, you really are a young hero. I've heard all about you, so please don't be too sad. And Lin turned around with a dark expression and saw a rock golem with golden flames burning on its chest. He pursed his lips. What have you heard about me? My grandson, Hongdo, has told me everything. You and Bai Yao fell in love and tried to kidnap her, only to be rescued by one of your own people. In the end, Bai Yao fell in love with Monkey, and the two of them have been apart ever since. Sai, my condolences. The rock golem consoled with a sympathetic expression. All of the divine rock tribe subordinates were also discussing among themselves. Wah! What a sad and touching story! And Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. What was the sad and touching story? And Lin is so pitiful. We should comfort him and let him get over it. We can't force him to do something like this. And Lin took a deep breath before a smile appeared on his face. You're Senior Yudo, right? Oh, you know me? The rock golem was surprised. Of course. I've heard a lot about you, Senior. I'm very good friends with Hongdo, so would you mind giving me some time to chat with him? And Lin asked with a smile. Hongdo was suddenly struck by a sense of foreboding. Ha ha ha, of course. You juniors have a lot to talk about, so I won't disturb you any longer. Yudo chuckled heartily before departing. Hongdo's body shuddered as he gave chase. Don't go, Grandpa. I'll go with you. A serious expression appeared on Yudo's face. How can you be so immature? Sect leader Lin is a cultivator with a limitless future ahead of him. Why are you following him instead of building a good relationship with him? Go back. And Lin smiled. That's right, Brother Hongdo. We're here to build a good relationship with him, so why are you running away? Hongdo was on the verge of tears. This wasn't building a good relationship. He was definitely going to be screwed over. He was now absolutely certain that Lin was plotting something against him. Hongdo's grandfather still left under Hongdo's pleading eyes. Hongdo turned to Lin and forced a smile onto his face. but his body trembled slightly as his flaming heart thumped in his chest. "Brother and Lin, long, long time no see." And Lin put on a fake smile. "Hong Do, I really have to thank you." Hong Do felt like there was hope for him upon hearing this, and he immediately patted his chest. "Brother and Lin, we're friends, so it's my duty to help you." And Lin nodded. "I still have to thank you. Electric therapy or fire therapy, make your choice." Hong Do. Chapter 1008. Hong Do's flames dimmed slightly, and he exclaimed in shock and horror, "Brother and Lin, what do you mean by this? Electric therapy? Fire therapy? We're not injured. I don't need any treatment." And Lin shook his head. "I think there's something wrong with you." "I'm clearly fine. What do you think?" Hong Do was unconvinced, and Lin chuckled coldly. "There's something wrong with your brain." Hong Do, boom! Lightning crackled as divine flames surged. An area with a radius of several hundred meters was instantly engulfed by Hong Do's blood-curdling cries. Thump, 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 bang, 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 clatter, 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 clatter. Puff, puff, puff. Udo had already walked quite a distance away, and he was quite elated to see what had just transpired. "My grandson and Enlin are so close. They've only just met, and they're already sparring with one another." If Hong Do were to hear this, he would probably burst into tears. This wasn't a sparring match. This was a one-sided abuse. His grandson was being pummeled, and he was calling it a kindness. Did he get kicked in the head by a donkey? 3 minutes later, and Lin stopped and panted heavily after having his fill of bashing. Hong Do lay on the ground with bruises all over his face, and his body was in an extremely sorry state. He was extremely depressed. Thinking back, he had once battled Enlin and been imprisoned with him, but now he had become a one-sided punching bag. "Hong Do, do you know what you did wrong?" And Lin looked down from above with a cold smile. Tears welled up in Hong Do's eyes, and he thought about it for a moment before his eyes suddenly lit up. "I shouldn't have brought up the fact that you were cuckolded by Yao and Lin." Thump, 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 bang, 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 clatter, 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 clatter. Puff, puff, puff. Hong Do had been beaten to a pulp. He didn't want such a useless teammate. In the end, and Lin gave Hong Do a thorough explanation of what had happened. Hong Do was astonished. "So that's what happened. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I got beaten up twice for nothing." And Lin chuckled coldly. "I overestimated your intelligence." Hong Do wanted to lash out at Enlin in rage, but the thought of Enlin's terrifying power forced him to give up on that thought. The river flows east for 30 years, and the river flows west for 30 years. Don't bully the poor. And Lin couldn't be bothered with Hong Do, and he immediately contacted Qing, who to clarify the situation. Otherwise, he would never be able to get rid of this cuckold. The guests suddenly realized that Enlin hadn't been cuckolded. After dealing with these trivial matters, the sun had gradually set. Originally, the highlight of the wedding would only be at night. There would be all kinds of fireworks and immortal spells covering the entire city, and everyone would be celebrating. Now that the bride and groom had run away with someone else, the main event was naturally left unsettled. They couldn't possibly continue celebrating, right? The Fox clan could not afford to lose that face. Just like that, the group of living beings from afar gathered together and watched the Fox maidens sing and dance. The night passed just like that. In reality, these performances had already become boring to all of the living beings. The show had already concluded during the day, and the plot was 100 times more exciting than they had anticipated. It was full of twists and turns, thrilling and unforgettable. What a worthwhile trip! It's not just a worthwhile trip, it's a massive profit. None of the stories in the Tai Chu Chronicle are as interesting as this. For some reason, I like Princess by Yao and the Ugly Monkey the most. Me too, not taking into account anything else. Just that kiss alone is enough to tell me that they're truly in love. I heard that the Ugly Monkey is an elder of the 4-9 Immortal sect, and Enlin came here to help his beast pet. Who would have thought that I would see the Lord of Transcendence in person here? I thought that and Lin had been cuckolded. I was so excited for nothing. At the banquet, all of the representatives from the major sects gathered together to discuss spiritedly. It was quite clear that the main topic of discussion was centered around Bai Yao and Xiao Chou. After all, they were the ones who shocked everyone the most. It was like a beauty and a beast, and it was very easy to provoke them. As for Lan Xiaoni and Chen Nan, there were also people discussing them, but most of them were discussing the relationship between the Spirit Fish clan and the Fox tribe. The internal strife within the Fox tribe was definitely going to intensify because of this. And Lin, Tina, and Dubai strolled around the White Fox tribe imperial palace with badges in their hands. This stroll was different from last time. It was a lot more open and above board. His mood was also different, and Lin looked at the imperial palace as if it were his family's property. Oi, oi, I'm talking to you, beautiful little male fox. You moved this tree away. The location of this tree doesn't conform to the principle of vital energy balance. And Lin gestured with his hands. A delicate white fox's eyes widened. Human, who are you? And Lin puffed out his chest with his head held high. My beast pet is going to marry your second princess. Who do you think I am? The little male fox was astonished. It's you, the man who almost got cuckolded. Puffed. Dubai and Tina couldn't help but burst into laughter, and Lin was in despair. What the F***CK did he mean by almost got cuckolded? That wasn't even the same thing. There was no such thing. He was so enraged that he wanted to hammer Hongdo again. F***CK. His reputation had been completely ruined by Hongdo. After learning of Lin's identity, the little male fox obediently moved the tree away. Even though he had some misconceptions about Lin, that didn't diminish the respect he had for Lin. And Lin continued onward with a gloomy expression before entering a relatively large palace. Bai Muyu was already inside the palace, and she immediately stood up to welcome Lin and the others. The White Fox tribe was very powerful, but the 4-9 Immortal sect was no slouch either. There were even rumors that sect leader Lin had single-handedly battled the Dragon King and the most powerful being of the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas over a certain spirit mine. It was exactly because of this that Bai Muyu, as the leader of the White Fox tribe, didn't put on airs and treated Lin like an equal. Sect leader Lin, have you received any news about my daughter? Bai Muyu asked in an urgent voice, and Lin shook his head with a disappointed expression. After you left, I tried to contact Xiao Chou a few more voice transmission talismans, but no one picked up. In reality, he didn't call any of them in fear of interrupting Xiao Chou's romantic night. Bai Muyu's brows furrowed slightly with a dejected expression. It was quite clear that she really was a little anxious. Don't worry, they're still young, so they have to let themselves go. They'll come back when they've thought things through, and Lin consoled. Bai Muyu glared at Lin. I haven't agreed to this yet, have I? And Lin chuckled sheepishly. He didn't dare to push his luck. He was only testing this beautiful big sister of his. From the current situation, it appeared that she was quite a good-tempered person. Bai Muyu heaved a forlorn sigh and shook her head before sitting back down in her chair. What's wrong? You're not really worried that they won't come back, are you? And Lin was a little perplexed as to why she was so anxious. Sigh. There's no point in hiding anything now. Bai Muyu heaved a forlorn sigh as she looked at Lin and the others. In my daughter's current condition, without Qin Nan's help, she won't be able to live past a month. Chapter 1009. Xiao Chou held Bai Yao in his arms before activating his spatial skipping talisman, upon which he was teleported to a certain mountain range. Xiao Chou looked around at his unfamiliar surroundings with a confused expression. This is a random location over 50,000 kilometers away from Qinghu City. There are no Dao integration stage super mighty figures present, so no one would be able to track us down. Hence, no one knows where we are. Bai Yao leaped for joy like a little girl with Xiao Chou in her arms. Little monkey, we're finally together again. Xiao Chou also gave Bai Yao an elated hug. I fantasized many times about when we would meet again, but I didn't think that you wouldn't find me ugly in the slightest. A vibrant smile appeared on Bai Yao's face as she said in a seductive voice, "That's because I've already gotten used to seeing you when I was a child. You haven't really changed much, even though you've grown up. It's just that your ugliness has been magnified a little." Xiao Chou, what a strange feeling. He didn't feel any disgust toward Bai Yao calling him ugly in the slightest. Instead, there was a very warm feeling in his heart. "By the way, give me your voice transmission talisman." Bai Yao extended a delicate hand. Xiao Chou didn't know what was going on, but he still passed the voice transmission talisman to her. Bai Yao stowed the voice transmission talisman away into her storage ring before unleashing an isolation spell technique. Xiao Chou was dumbstruck. What was she doing? Bai Yao held onto Xiao Chou's hand with a smile. "All right, no one will be able to disturb us from now on. Let's enjoy our time together." "Is that necessary?" A smile appeared on Xiao Chou's face, but he didn't have any objections. If she wanted to do this, then so be it. "Of course. At the very least, let me enjoy my time together for a month." A vibrant smile appeared on Bai Yao's face, and she was in a very good mood. "Do you know, I've been waiting for this day for a long time? Even before the wedding, I had been looking forward to seeing you again on the day of the wedding. In the eyes of others, I'm a devastatingly beautiful woman. They try their best to curry favor with me, praise me, or get close to me, which I'm not used to. Only you look at me with such a pure and natural expression in your eyes, making me feel like I'm still the adorable little fox that I once was." The clown scratched his head in embarrassment. Actually, he wasn't particularly sensitive to the beauty of humans. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to maintain his composure like a stone monkey amidst a group of beauties from the fox race. However, the way he looked at Bai Yao was different. The woman in front of him, no matter how he looked at her, was so beautiful and so amiable that he couldn't help but get close to her. Just like that, they lived together and watched the moon rise and the sun set. Even if it was just an ordinary time, they would still feel very happy. Now that he thought about it, Bai Yao must have been looking forward to seeing him again on the day of their wedding. Xiao Chou was very glad that he didn't give up and chose to attend the wedding. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to be with Bai Yao. Sometimes, remorse and happiness were separated by a single thought. With a shake of its body, the white fox transformed into a beautiful white fox with snow-white fur and 4 tails. She skipped ahead, turned around, and said excitedly, "Let's go, little monkey. Let's find a place with a better view and make it our new home." "Sure." An elated smile appeared on Xiao Chou's face as he followed behind Bai Yao. The little white fox ran happily ahead of Xiao Chou, and little monkey trailed along behind it. They were both looking forward to what they were going to see next. Time seemed to have returned to the past. Bai Yao dug a cave into the cliff face of a spirit mountain to make it their home. She knew that Xiao Chou loved to watch the sun rise and set, as well as the stars and the moon. As such, she decided to accompany Xiao Chou and choose the best location for their home. Digging a cave into the cliff face not only allowed them to see the entire sky and the entire horizon, but it was also a very small space so they could snuggle up against each other for warmth. That's right, this was the feeling of home. Thus, Xiao Chou and Bai Yao began to live a peaceful life. Bai Yao accompanied Xiao Chou to watch the sun rise and set, as well as the silver moon and the countless stars in the night sky. Xiao Chou went to pick fruits and catch fish with Bai Yao, and they were going to roast fish for dinner at night. Their lives were as mundane as water without any ups and downs, but both of them really liked this feeling. It was like the time when they were young, carefree, and they didn't have to think too much. All that mattered was that they were together. Perhaps this was the kind of happiness that they were pursuing. Time passed by, and everything was peaceful. Regardless of whether they were beautiful or ugly, they would get used to it after a long time. The only thing that could keep them together was not their looks, but something more intrinsic. Little Yao, this is for you. I think you'll look really good wearing it. Xiao Cho pulled out an intricate floral wreath from behind him with a shy expression. This floral wreath was something that Xiao Cho and Bai Yao had gathered along the way as they strolled through the mountains. Bai Yao stared blankly at the vibrant floral wreath before her, and tears welled up in her eyes as tears began to flow from her eyes. Little monkey, help me, Bai Yao said in a gentle voice. All right. Xiao Cho felt like Bai Yao was even more emotional than he was recently, but he didn't think too much of it and silently placed the floral wreath on Bai Yao's head. Is it beautiful? Bai Yao raised her head, and Xiao Chao's face was reflected in her clear eyes. Tears were still welling up in her eyes, and they shimmered under the light of the sun. Xiao Cho nodded with a hint of sympathy in his eyes. It's so beautiful. Don't cry anymore. Aren't you happy that I gave you a floral wreath? What? Can't I be moved to tears? Bai Yao glowered at Xiao Cho. Her eyes were filled with seduction, and if anyone else were to see them, they would be completely mesmerized. Unfortunately, Xiao Cho was as stable as a stone monkey. Perhaps just as Bai Yao was used to Xiao Chao's ugliness, Xiao Cho was also used to Bai Yao's beauty. The two of them leaned against a cave on a cliff and looked down at the place where the sun had set. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a dim yellow hue over the endless mountain range. Bai Yao had her arms wrapped around Xiao Chao's arm, and her snowy white tail swayed gently behind her. The floral wreath was still on her head. Even though the two of them didn't say anything, they were still in love with each other, and even if they didn't say anything, they were still very close. Little monkey, is Xiao Cho your new name? After a long silence, Bai Yao suddenly asked in a soft voice. That's right, Big Brother and came up with this name for me. He said he thought I was ugly, so it was a very fitting name. A gentle smile appeared on Xiao Chao's face. Bai Yao stared blankly into Xiao Chao's eyes. This was the first time he had ever smiled so warmly while talking about someone else. Little monkey, you really do have a very good friend. Bai Yao smiled. That's right. Big Brother and is such a good person, and he'll always share everything with us. For example, during your wedding, he was willing to take a huge risk to help me snatch the wedding. Xiao Cho was becoming more and more talkative as he talked about Enlin. Bai Yao tightened her arms around Xiao Chao's arm, and the light of the setting sun reflected in her eyes as she murmured to herself, This is great. Xiao Cho won't be lonely anymore. What did you say? Xiao Cho was perplexed. No, nothing. Bai Yao shook her head relentlessly. Xiao Chao's brows furrowed. He felt like things weren't as simple as they seemed. A gentle smile appeared on Bai Yao's face as she looked at Xiao Cho. Perhaps losing control of the frosty yang root was her fate. She wasn't going to become Chun Nan's Dao partner just to survive. She would rather spend the last moments of her life with the person she loved. That's right. She had been very happy during this period of time. She had no regrets in this life. Xiao Cho, look. The light in the sky is so beautiful. It is. It's so beautiful. Xiao Cho looked up at the pink and golden light in the sky, and an involuntary smile appeared on his face. Bai Yao stared at Xiao Chao's face, as if she wanted to engrave his features into her mind. Xiao Cho, I'm tired. I want to sleep. Go ahead, I'll wait for you to wake up. All right. Bai Yao leaned against Xiao Chao's chest and closed her eyes with a smile as a single tear flowed from the corner of her eye. The sun set behind the mountain ranges, and the light in the sky gradually faded. Only the two of them were still snuggled up against each other, and their bodies were slowly elongated into one. Chapter 10:10. Bai Yao was still unconscious. Aside from her breathing, her vital signs were gradually becoming weaker and weaker. A terrifying thought welled up in Xiao Chao's mind. Xiao Cho held Bai Yao in his arms and yelled her name over and over again, but there was no response. Little Yao, don't scare me. Wake up. Xiao Chao's body trembled with fear as he held the woman in his arms. He almost had a mental breakdown. Just as his heart was filled with despair, he suddenly thought of a certain person. That person was able to create miracles even in the face of despair. Xiao Chou hurriedly refined Bai Yao's storage ring and pulled out his voice transmission talisman in an attempt to contact that person. To his surprise, the voice transmission talisman was instantly picked up. "Hey, big brother, and I..." Xiao Chou was at a loss for words. "Cut the crap. Where are you and Bai Yao? I'll come and find you right away." And Lin's voice sounded in a crisp and urgent manner. An indescribable sense of warmth and hope welled up in Xiao Chao's heart, and he immediately relayed his location to Enlin. "Little Yao, you'll be fine. Big brother is here, and he's very powerful. He'll definitely be able to save you." Xiao Chou held the woman in his arms as he prayed to himself. He had never felt so helpless before, and he hated his own powerlessness as much as he did right now. Not long after that, a spatial rift began to appear in the air nearby, and Lin emerged from the spatial passageway with Dabai and Tina beside him. There was also a figure that Xiao Chou was extremely familiar with. It was Bai Yao's mother, Bai Muyu. Bai Muyu stepped forward and made her way over to Xiao Chou. She pulled Bai Yao away from Xiao Chou's arms before unleashing a spell technique to carefully assess Bai Yao's condition. "How is she?" And Lin also flew over to Xiao Chou with an urgent expression. Bai Muyu wore a solemn expression and didn't say anything. She placed a slender finger on Bai Yao's glabella, upon which countless golden symbols flowed from her finger into Bai Yao's head. Everyone looked on in silence, not daring to disturb her. Xiao Chou stared intently at Bai Yao's face, praying that she would wake up. Moments later, the golden symbols disappeared. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Bai Muyu's face as she panted heavily. "Little Yao still has 3 days to live. We have to capture Chen Nan within 3 days." Bai Muyu spoke with a grave expression before glaring at Xiao Chou. The clown shrunk back, feeling a rare sense of guilt. However, he still asked anxiously, "Will little Yao be saved if we capture Chen Nan?" "That's right," Bai Muyu said in a firm voice. "Let Yao or marry him and perform the deed between a man and a woman. Their powers will intercourse, and their yin and yang auras will fuse together. That way, Yao, or his frosty en route, will be suppressed." The scene suddenly fell silent. These words were like a bolt of lightning striking the clown's mind, causing his entire body to tremble. Even Enlin, Tina, and Dabai were dumbstruck. What the F***CK? Chun Nanqing would be able to save Bai Yao? What a joke! But that seemed to explain the ridiculous wedding. I have been sending people to track down Chen Nan for the past few days, and we've discovered that he has already arrived at the Sea Heart Palace of the West Sea. We don't have much time left. Bai Muyu took a deep breath before turning to Enlin and the others. "Aside from that, I'm still lacking power and I need your help." Everyone fell deathly silent. "No, we can't go!" The clown clenched his fists tightly as he roared in a low voice. Bai Muyu's eyes widened with incredulity as she stared at the clown. "Are you insane? In order to prevent Bai Yao from getting married, you're going to watch her die? You dare to say you love her?" The clown looked at the sleeping Bai Yao with tears flowing from his bulb-like eyes as he shook his head vigorously. "No, I know her. If she really marries Chen Nan, her life will be more painful than death." This was actually why Bai Yao had waited for the clown at the wedding before eloping with him. She would rather live a free life for a month than stay there. "You!" Bai Muyu's chest rose and fell as she panted heavily with rage. The clown raised his head stubbornly, but tears were still flowing from his eyes. Perhaps this was the difference in opinion between the clown and his mother-in-law. The emotional clown had chosen the path that Bai Yao had chosen. He didn't want to hand Bai Yao over to someone else for the sake of the man he loved, even if that price was death. He felt like that would only make Bai Yao feel even more pain. Don't be angry. Let's calm down first. Perhaps there's another way. And Lin immediately intervened, arguing at a time like this was not going to solve any problems. What other way is there? This is the only way. Bai Muyu clenched her fists with an enraged expression. Little Yao's Frosty Yang root is an extremely rare Frosty Yang spirit root. The power of that spirit root is becoming more and more fearsome, and it has already reached a point where it can no longer be repressed. Only a pure Yin-type divine flame can neutralize Little Yao's power. I've waited for so long before I finally found Chen Nan. Without Chen Nan's dark corrosion divine flame, how am I going to save Little Yao? Can you do it? Bai Muyu became more and more agitated as she spoke, and tears shimmered in her eyes. During the past 100 years, her relationship with her daughter had deteriorated further and further due to this incident. However, as a mother, how could she just stand by and watch her daughter die? Even if she had to marry her daughter to someone she didn't like, she wouldn't hesitate as long as she could save her daughter's life. Xiao Cho spoke in a slow voice. You what? You can save Little Yao? If you don't want to cooperate with me, then I'll find another way. Bai Muyu turned to leave with Bai Yao in her arms. I'm saying that I might be able to save Little Yao, Xiao Cho said in an urgent voice. Bai Muyu's footsteps faltered, and she turned around. At this moment, black flames suddenly erupted from Xiao Cho's hands. The scorching temperatures of the flames were imbued with an abyssal darkness. He spoke. You said that only a pure Yin-type divine flame can neutralize Little Yao's power. My divine flame seems to also be a pure Yin-type divine flame. Bai Muyu stared blankly at the divine flame in Xiao Cho's hands, and she was unable to avert her eyes. She had even forgotten the humiliation of being slapped in the face as soon as she spoke. Divine flame. This really is a Yin-type divine flame. Bai Muyu murmured. Does that mean Big Brother Cho can marry Bai Yao and have sex with her? Woof! Bai's eyes lit up with excitement. Bai Muyu. A rare blush appeared on Xiao Cho's face upon hearing this. As long as I can save Little Yao, I'm willing to do anything. Bai Muyu gritted her teeth. What the hell was with this line? There were countless living beings in this world who were in love with Bai Yao, but Xiao Cho was acting like he was being wronged. And Lin chimed in with a smile. Bai Yao and Xiao Cho are in love with each other, and Xiao Cho just so happens to possess a divine flame that can neutralize the power within Bai Yao's body. Perhaps this is fate. They should be a match made in heaven. Ms. Bai Muyu, in my opinion, we should hold the wedding as soon as possible. These words were reasonable and flawless. There was no fault to be found at all. And Lin added with a smile, Pure Yin-type divine flames are extremely rare in this world. Do you want your daughter to marry a man who tried to kill her in the past? That was a devastating blow to Xiao Cho. Bai Muyu, who was on the verge of losing her mind, finally came to her senses. And Lin wasn't going to tell her that he also possessed a divine flame of pure Yin-type. After all, as his master, he had to think about Xiao Cho's happiness. Should he learn more about the setting moon flame? Bai Muyu turned her eyes toward the extraordinarily ugly monkey and fell into silence. Could it be? Was he really going to marry his beautiful daughter to this ugly monkey? Chapter 10:11. Bai Muyu looked at Xiao Cho, and for some reason, the image of the pitiful and helpless little monkey who had almost been swallowed by the black leopard appeared in her mind. She had only saved the little monkey out of convenience. Never would she have thought that the little monkey would become her daughter's love interest, and there was a very good chance that he would become her son-in-law. This didn't make any sense. She clearly felt that Xiao Cho was ugly, which was why she allowed her daughter to play with him. After all, there was no way that her daughter would fall in love with an ugly freak, right? That would make it very safe. But how did she fall in love with him? Bai Muyu felt like the world was playing a prank on her. Xiao Cho's divine flame was the core inheritance of the Purple Star Research Institute, the Dark God. Back When he was still at the spirit-nurturing stage, the purity of his divine flame had already reached the divine flame level. He was now at the soul formation intermediate stage, and his Yin-type divine flame had become even purer as his cultivation base progressed, so he didn't have to worry about it not being compatible. In terms of divine flames, Xiao Chao's divine flame was even more suitable than Chen Nan's in-law. Bai Yao's health is deteriorating. Let's hurry up and hold the wedding. Just as Bai Muyu was deep in thought, and Lin struck while the iron was hot. A conflicted expression appeared on Bai Muyu's face as she glowered at Lin, who was trying his best to repress the joy in his heart. She then turned to look at Xiao Chou. Xiao Chao's body stiffened as he sensed his mother-in-law's gaze, and he silently stood up straight, as if he were being inspected by his superior. His serious expression made his ugly appearance appear a little more dignified. Bai Muyu massaged her brows. All right, even though he's a little ugly, he was born this way, so it's not your fault. Seeing as you two are in love, I won't be so old-fashioned as to break you up. I agree. Silence ensued within the cave. Immediately afterward, a burst of raucous cheers erupted. Tears that looked like pearls shot out of the clown's light-bulb-like eyes as he shouted, "Mom!" Bai Muyu's lips twitched. I don't have a son as ugly as you. Xiao Chou, in-law, give me a hug. And Lin shamelessly spread open his arms in an attempt to embrace the exquisitely beautiful vixen before him. CK off. Bai Muyu harumphed coldly as she launched a palm toward Lin, sending him flying for several kilometers. Xiao Chou and Bai drew a sharp intake of breath. If this slap landed on their bodies, it would definitely turn them into ashes. In the westernmost part of the Tai Chu continent, this was a boundless ocean, which was called the West Sea by all living beings. The West Sea was one of the most perilous regions on the Tai Chu continent. There are tens of thousands of different types of sea monsters, and there were countless powerful demonic beasts among them. If one didn't possess a certain level of power, they wouldn't even know how they died here. There were two most prominent tribes in the West Sea, and they were the Spirit Fish Clan and the Heavenly Turtle Tribe. The Spirit Fish Clan occupied the Hong Meng Divine Altar in the depths of the sea and ruled over countless living beings of the West Sea. The Heavenly Turtle Tribe could divine heaven and earth and lived in a secluded area, but no living beings dared to provoke them. Meanwhile, in a side hall of the Sea Heart Palace near the Hong Meng Divine Altar, a handsome man was leisurely tasting the green wine. It was a fine wine brewed from the yin energy of the deep sea. It had the effect of refreshing the mind and beautifying the skin. Chen Nan, are you sure you're all right? It's been so long, and there's still no news from that B***ch Bai Yao. Can your body handle it? A woman with a blue tail asked with furrowed brows. Don't worry, Bai Yao's condition is far more severe than mine, and she's on the brink of death. I'm sure it won't be long before they come to me in person and beg me to marry Bai Yao. Chen Nan swirled the green wine in his hand with a triumphant smile on his face. His dark corrosion, divine flame was becoming more and more difficult to control, but it wasn't completely out of control yet. On the other hand, Bai Yao didn't have much time left. Bai Muyu's feelings for Bai Yao were enough to convince him that Bai Muyu would bring Bai Yao to find him. Lan Xiaoni harumphed coldly. Looks like that B***TCH has taken advantage of me. Let me make this clear. She can only be a concubine, and you can't spoil her. Don't worry. A faint smile appeared on Chen Nan's face. She's not even 1/10,000th of you to me. She's just a piece of rag that I can throw away after using. Lan Xiaoni blushed upon hearing this, and she stared at the handsome man before her with a tender expression. A gentle smile also appeared on Chen Nan's face as he made his way toward Lan Xiaoni. He had gone to great lengths to convince Lan Xiaoni to accept Bai Yao as his concubine. When the time came, he would have the mermaid princess in his left hand and the #1 beauty of the fox tribe in his right. Wouldn't that be a wonderful life? To be honest, he hadn't even touched Lan Xiaoni yet. The Spirit Fish Clan imperial family had very strict rules, and they could only do anything after marriage. So he should take this opportunity to, right at this moment, a golden lobster hurriedly rushed into the room. Big, 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 big. Someone bad news. Chun Nin glowered at the golden lobster with an enraged expression. What's going on? Spit it out if you have something to say. I've just received urgent news that Bai Yao of the White Fox tribe is going to hold another wedding in a day. She's marrying an elder of the 4-9 Immortal sect, Xiao Chou. The golden lobster yelled. Bam! The crisp sound of glass shattering erupted. The wine cup in Chun Nan's hand clattered to the ground, and the wine in the cup splattered everywhere. He abruptly stood up, and an intimidating aura erupted from his body. Bai Yao? For 9 Immortal sect? Good, very good. Creation realm. Qing Hu City. The Fox tribe had only been up for less than a month, and they were once again doing so. This time, they were marrying Bai Yao of the White Fox tribe and Xiao Chou of the 4-9 Immortal sect. The earth-shattering kiss between the number 1 beauty of the Fox tribe and the ugly monkey was well known to all living beings. Their story was passed down from generation to generation, and it gradually took on the color of myths and legends. Some stories said that Bai Yao was stranded in the Myriad Mountain realm and spent all her time with a stone monkey. The stone monkey gave birth to a spirit, and the two of them fell in love with each other. Others said that in order to differentiate between beauty and ugliness, the heavens created 2 living beings chosen by the heavens. When they were together, the world was able to experience what was beautiful and what was ugly. They were destined to be together. Only Xiao Chou was worthy of the most beautiful being. There were many other versions of the story, and all of these stories were passed down from generation to generation by word of mouth, by a mysterious hand. It was exactly because of this that when the living beings in the creation realm heard that Bai Yao and Xiao Chou were going to get married, they didn't feel much resistance. In fact, many living beings even offered their most sincere blessings. When such a magical couple got together, it was definitely true love. The wedding was to be held within the White Fox tribe's imperial palace. If it weren't for the fact that time was of the essence, he would definitely have gotten Xiao Chou to come to the 4-9 Immortal sect. However, Bai Yao didn't have any time now, so she could only hold the wedding at the White Fox imperial palace. Bai Yao had already awakened after drinking Xiao Chou's blood essence, and they would be able to consummate their marriage after the wedding. When that time came, the issue of her frosty en route would be cured. The next day, the much-anticipated wedding took place as scheduled. Chapter 10-12. The clown gazed at the rising sun, his heart filled with excitement. Never would he have thought that this trip to Qing Hu City would become a wedding between him and Bai Yao. It was like a dream. The love that seemed incomprehensible to the world could actually receive so many blessings at this moment, which was also unexpected to him. Thank fate. He thanked Bai Yao for her love. Thank you, Big Brother and his friends for your hard work. The emotional clown silently thanked Enlin, Dabai, and the others in his heart. Clown, what are you thinking about? A gentle and clear voice sounded. The clown turned his head and saw a beautiful woman slowly walking over. I was thinking, you said you wanted to have a good sleep. That sleep scared me to death. The clown smiled. The woman's jade-like face blushed slightly, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. I was afraid that you would be too sad. I won't let you leave me again. Xiao Chou looked at Bai Yao with a serious expression. After tonight, your illness will be cured, and you can come back to the 4-9 Immortal sect with me. Bai Yao nodded with a faint I'm a little scared that Chun Nan and the others will come to the wedding again. He also needs my power to heal his dark corrosion, divine flame. Bai Yao expressed her concern. Absolute confidence glowed in Xiao Chou's eyes. That's all right. He has the power of the Spirit Fish clan behind him. Don't forget that we have the power of the 4-9 Immortal sect and even the entire celestial court behind us. If he dares to come, I'll make sure he never returns. A smile appeared on Bai Yao's face as she stared at Xiao Qiu. A sense of warmth welled up in her heart as a sense of being protected welled up in her heart. This wedding had shaken the entire creation domain. Although the timing of the event was very rushed, almost all the representatives who had attended last month were present. Not only that, but all the powerhouses who didn't have time to attend last time were also present. The melon last time was too delicious. For this wedding, they were also looking forward to seeing if something could happen. Even if nothing happened, just watching the number one beauty of the Fox clan marry the ugly monkey was already very exciting. Because of this, the wedding this time was much grander than the last time. All the guests had arrived, and the experts were as numerous as the clouds. One after another, giant beasts or flying ships landed in the White Fox Imperial Palace. It was a magnificent sight and extremely lively, and Lin also saw Hong Do and his grandfather Yudo. "Haha, little friend and Lin, I didn't think that we would meet again so soon," Yudo said with a hearty laugh. And Lin also smiled and said, "Greetings, Senior Yudo. Actually, I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. Mr. Hong Do, I hope you won't do anything that will cause a misunderstanding." Hong Do's body trembled in fear as he recalled the horror of being dominated by Lin's fists. He immediately nodded like a partridge. "Don't worry, Mr. Lin. Do I look like the type of person to cause trouble?" "Doesn't seem like it," Lin said. A relaxed smile appeared on Hong Do's face, and Lin added, "You've always been the kind of person who causes trouble and scams people." Hong Do was extremely depressed. "My grandfather is right here. Can't you give me some face?" Right at this moment, a very special steed pierced through the clouds and appeared before everyone. This was a massive, silvery white disc with a smooth and streamlined surface. It didn't seem to be made from any cultivation tool. Instead, it looked like something from the heavens. All the living beings in the creation realm had never seen such a special steed before, and all of them let loose cries of surprise. The silvery white disc slowly descended, and a series of powerful living beings emerged from within. "It's the 4-9 Immortal Sect." Some of the living beings let loose cries of surprise. All of the living beings turned toward that direction upon hearing this. The 4-9 Immortal Sect was the representative of the wedding, so they naturally attracted countless pairs of eyes. When all of the Fox tribe living beings turned toward the 4-9 Immortal Sect, all of them drew a sharp intake of breath as waves of shock surged through their hearts. There were beautiful and handsome people in this world. Su Xiaolan, Su Qianyun, Lu Qianhuan by Ling. All of them were extremely beautiful, and all of the vixens were extremely envious of them. There weren't many male representatives. The ordinary-looking Tang Shimin was automatically ignored, and Xiaoza was too handsome, so there was only Xian Yuancheng. However, Xian Yuancheng's offensive prowess was comparable to that of an entire army. Just a warm smile appeared on his face, and countless vixens began to squeal in excitement. Aside from that, there was also the most adorable beast pet, Shuizhantian, who was extremely adorable to both men and women. The Fox tribe was extremely sensitive to appearances, so they were completely won over by the 4-9 Immortal Sect. That's right, they had won them over with their invincible looks. Sigh, why do you guys think a sect with such exceptional looks would have a strange living being like Xiao Qiu? All of the Fox tribe living beings discussed among themselves in a more reserved manner in order to save the groom some face. Perhaps it's because things can develop in the opposite direction when they reach an extreme, a Fox speculated. The appearance of the 4-9 Immortal Sect members created a massive stir, and Lin happily ditched Hong Do upon seeing them before rushing toward the spaceship. Xiaolan, Su Qiu, Big Brother Cheng, Senior Sister, and Lin waved elatedly. Tang Shimin was a little disheartened upon seeing this. Why wasn't Lin greeting his harem? Was he that shameless? And Lin, I immediately applied for leave after hearing that Xiao Qiu was going to celebrate, Xian Yuancheng said with an elated smile on his face. That's right. As the big sister of the beast pets, I can't be absent. Xiao Hong waved her red pouch as she spoke in a sweet voice, and Lin looked at Xiao Hong with a speechless expression. You still remember that you're my beast pet. If it weren't for the fact that you're still talking, I would have almost forgotten about you. Xiao Hong harumphed, but didn't say anything. Su Xiaolan made her way over to Enlin with a smile on her face before pulling out her frying pan and waving it in front of his face. Xiao Chou is celebrating a joyous occasion today, and the #1 chef god of the celestial court, Su Xiaolan, is cooking in person. And Lin was quite amused by Su Xiaolan's reaction. All right, then I'll be relying on Chef God Su Xiaolan's astonishing cooking skills to win over the new members of our family. As for the #1 chef god of the celestial court, Su Xiaolan's status as a wife, and Lin was more than happy to hear about this frying pan. Xiao Chou and Bai Yao made their way over to greet them, and all of the 4-9 Immortal sect members gave them a warm welcome. Bai Yao's beauty was already at the pinnacle of beauty, and she was even more alluring than Su Qianyan and Su Xiaolan. Everyone was stunned by her beauty. Congratulations, Big Brother Chou, on marrying the princess of the Fox tribe. Xue Zhantian flapped his little wings as he offered words of congratulations. This is the second, most joyous occasion for our 4-9 Immortal sect. It's a pity that it's being held in such a hurry. Otherwise, we would be able to further develop the sect. Xiao Zhe heaved a forlorn sigh, and Lin rolled his eyes. This disciple of his was too greedy for money. However, everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. And Lin, that's right, all of the higher-ups of the 4-9 Immortal sect were trying to make money off of themselves. The sect opening ceremony was the most joyous occasion for them, and they had earned quite a bit of money from it. Now that there was a new member of the sect, it was only right for them to earn some money as well. How about this? Xiao, Chou, and Bai Yao return to the sect, and we'll hold another wedding. After all, we don't have much time, and very few cultivators from the Kingdom of the 9 States come here to attend the wedding, so we can't be biased. And Lin suggested. All of the 4-9 Immortal sect members immediately clapped their hands in glee upon hearing this. Bai Yao was astonished. The mighty 4-9 Immortal sect wanted to develop the sect through wedding gifts? And the sect leader was making it sound so natural. Could it be that she had entered a fake sect? Chapter 1013. All of the core members of the 4-9 Immortal sect were present. Aside from Little Huang, all of Enlin's beast pets were present. Xiao Hong, Dabai, Little Na, Little Tian, and Little Gu were all present. Even his disciples, Xiao Zhe and Yi Ling, were present. Bryce and Little Lang continued to guard the sect. This was the first time Yi Ling had left the Kingdom of the 9 States and seen the Tai Chu continent. In particular, after seeing so many strange living beings at the wedding, her features paled even further, and she gripped onto Enlin's sleeve to feel a sense of security. Master, Master, why is that carrot running away? Because the carrot has become a spirit. Master, Master, why is that bun flying? Because that bun has become a spirit. Master, Master, why are there so many things here that can become spirits? Sigh. I'll have to start with Panga's creation of heaven and earth. And Lin explained all of the phenomena that he couldn't explain with a resigned expression, trying his best to fulfill his role as a master. More and more strange living beings arrived, and Yi Ling's horizons were greatly broadened. The bride and groom also went to a palace to prepare, and the MC was also ready. The MC for this wedding was still Qing Yinghu, who was an extremely professional. Qing Yinghu was completely dumbstruck by 2 incidents of bride kidnapping during the last wedding, and he didn't know what to do. This time he was going to redeem himself and host this wedding to the best of his abilities. All of the guests had already arrived, and the auspicious day had arrived. Colorful lights lit up the entire sky, and flocks of red-crowned cranes and colorful sparrows flew in the sky while singing joyous tunes. Qing Yinghu stood in the air and announced the identity of the groom in a loud voice. Ignoring the description of his appearance, there were many other aspects of Xiao Chou that he could boast about. Of course, he could also boast about his appearance, such as being able to shake heaven and earth and ward off evil spirits. Soon, the groom made his appearance. Xiao Chou wore a vibrant red robe and a groom's hat, and he made his way toward the location where the ceremony was to take place with an extremely energetic aura emanating from his body. He looked around at all of the living beings around him, and their hearts began to race. My God! He was glaring at them with his nostrils. The clown walked up to the stage. His light bulb-like eyes scanned the surroundings, gleaming with spirit. His sharp gaze contained a natural might, causing people to feel that this monkey was extremely tyrannical. Qing Yinghu calmed himself down and began to announce the identity of the bride. Bai Yao's looks, aptitude, and family background were all things that he could boast about. After all, she could be said to be the most perfect woman in the Fox clan. No matter how much she boasted, it wouldn't be too much. Before long, the bride walked out of the palace. Bai Yao's pristine white wedding dress fluttered in the wind. There was an extremely blissful smile on her beautiful face. She didn't look around. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the clown not far away, as if the clown was the most worthy scenery in this world. The clown was also looking at her with an ugly smile on his face. Their eyes met, and Bai Yao's heart rate accelerated. Shyly and timidly, she walked gracefully toward the clown, step by step, as if she was walking toward the happiness of her life. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect that she would one day marry a clown. She had only been with him for a month, and she was already very satisfied, but the heavens had given her an even greater opportunity. This kind of happiness made tears well up in her eyes, even on such a solemn occasion. She was going to get married, and she was going to marry the person she loved the most. The White Fox tribe was giving her their blessings. The clown's family was also giving her their blessings, and all of the living beings in the creation realm were also giving her their blessings. What a wonderful thing this was. Bai Yao made her way over to the clown like a princess in the prime of her life as she made her way toward her knight. A knight didn't need to be handsome, but he had to be the most gentle and reliable person. The two of them looked into each other's eyes, and both of them smiled in unison. I didn't think that I would get a chance to marry you in this life, Bai Yao said with a passionate expression. I've fantasized about marrying you many times, and I've dreamed about it many times, the clown replied with a smile. Bai Yao pursed her lips in a smile. What a coincidence, me too. Qing Yinghu opened his mouth, only to discover that the bride and groom were chatting among themselves, and his heart sank. I haven't even said the words yet. Is it really okay for you two to be flirting like this? Are we not going to do the vows anymore? Finally, their conversation came to a pause. Qing Yinghu immediately took this opportunity to ask questions. It was also at this moment that Bai Ling's brows suddenly furrowed slightly beside Enlin. She spoke in a slow voice. The spatial white fairy has detected abnormal spatial fluctuations. Enemies have arrived. Bai Ling knew about the incident between the Black Fox tribe and the Spirit Fish clan, so any mighty figures who had arrived at a time like this could only be enemies. However, the enemies didn't expect the spatial white fairy to possess such terrifying spatial detection abilities. Right at this moment, the clown and Bai Yao both said, I do. The two of them kissed passionately. Thunderous applause and raucous cheers erupted, and Lin chuckled. Those stupid C** and TS are all late to the wedding. They're hopeless. A cold expression then appeared on his face. However, even so, those who dare to disrupt the clown's wedding cannot be forgiven. A faint smile appeared on Bai Ling's face as she tore open a spatial gate. I'll lead the way. Bai Muyu silently made her way over to Enlin, with 5 return to void stage mighty figures beside her. She said, I'm coming as well. It's time for me to settle the score with little Yao. A handsome man with a green tail also made his way over to Enlin's side. A faint smile appeared on his face as he narrowed his eyes. I'm coming as well. A handsome man with a green tail also made his way over to Enlin's side. Ever since the marriage alliance between the Black Fox tribe and the Spirit Fish clan, the White Fox tribe and the Green Fox tribe had formed a united front in order to keep the Black Fox tribe at bay. Ever since the marriage alliance between the Black Fox tribe and the Spirit Fish clan, the White Fox tribe and the Green Fox tribe had formed a united front to keep the Black Fox tribe at bay. All of the other mighty figures had also noticed this, and they could roughly guess what was going on. However, this had nothing to do with them, so they chose to remain on the sidelines. Yudo hesitated momentarily before making his way over to the spatial gate beside Lin, and Lin turned to Yudo before extending a respectful salute. "Senior Yudo, I owe you a favor. Hey, I'm just itching for a fight, that's all." Yudo waved a hand with a smile. Even though he held the 4-9 Immortal sect in high regard, he was more interested in the celestial court behind the 4-9 Immortal sect. There was no harm in lending a hand here. Thus, Bai Ling disappeared into the spatial gate along with all of the mighty figures. The two newlyweds fell silent as they looked on at the direction Lin had disappeared. A smile appeared on Xiao Chao's face. "Bai Yao, meeting you is a blessing in disguise. However, meeting Lin and his friends is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me." A smile also appeared on Bai Yao's face. "I'll go with you, Xiao Chao. After all, I'm married to you, so I'm also a member of the 4-9 Immortal sect." The two of them knew what the other was thinking even without exchanging any words. Xiao Chou held tightly onto Bai Yao's hand. "All right, let's go together." Thus, the newlyweds, who had just gotten married and hadn't even had a chance to complete the ceremony, fled the wedding venue under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers. That's right, the two of them had fled the wedding venue. Host Qing Inghu. Chapter 1014. At a certain location, 300 kilometers away from Qinghu City, Bai Ling tore open a spatial rift and made her way out. She was tall and slender, and her white dress danced in the wind. Even as she stood silently in midair, she was like a beautiful painting. "Get out here." Bai Ling gripped the air in the distance, and the space within a radius of 50 kilometers was instantly sealed. Crack, a spatial rift appeared. A series of powerful Spirit Fish clan living beings and black foxes began to make their way out from within. "Oh, I didn't think that you would be able to detect our presence," one of the Spirit Fish clan powerful beings said with an intrigued expression. Big Brother Honglin, this woman must have a death wish to stand in our way." Another Crimson Spirit Fish clan powerful being with a vast aura spoke with a smile. "Senior Honglin, we have to hurry to Qinghu City. We can't waste any more time here. Otherwise, Bai Yao will definitely run away." The extremely handsome Chen Nen also chimed in. I don't need your reminder." Hong Lin shot a cold glance at Chen Nan. Chen Nan's body shuddered uncontrollably upon seeing this. Hong Lin turned toward Bai Ling, and his aura as a mighty figure the return to void pinnacle stage erupted forth. "Piss off if you don't want to die, woman." Bai Ling swept her divine sense toward them before replying. 3 returned to void final stage mighty figures, 1 black fox, 2 Spirit Fish clan powerful beings, 8 returned to void stage mighty figures, and 80 soul formation stage mighty figures. "It looks like everyone's here." Hong Lin's brows furrowed. This woman's divine sense was very powerful. So, she really was a return to void final stage mighty figure? "Second uncle, let's not waste any more time. Let's just kill this stupid woman," Lan Xiaoni urged with an extremely impatient expression. Right at this moment, Bai Ling clapped her hands with a faint smile. "Everyone's here. Come on out, so we can kill them all at once." Behind her, a group of mighty figures slowly made their way out. Many of the Spirit Fish clan and Black Fox powerful beings' eyes widened, and even their breathing slowed to a crawl. Holy F *CK! So many powerful beings had suddenly appeared, and Lin couldn't help but laugh when he saw the dumbfounded expression on his enemy's face. He did some mental calculations to find that there were 4 return to void final stage mighty figures on his side, Bai Ling, Bai Muyu, Qing Beichen, and Yu Dou. They had 1 more member than their opponent. As for the other return to void stage cultivators, there were more than 10 of them on their side. They didn't have as many divine transformation realm cultivators as the other side, but with all due respect, the divine transformation realm cultivators they had were not even enough for Lon, Brother Chung, and the others to cut them down. Great, so you've already set up an ambush. Hong Lin took a deep breath as his expression turned grave. Chun Nan and Lan Xiaoni's faces gradually paled upon seeing this, and their arrogance completely disappeared. They were now as obedient as little kittens. Yu Dou, this is a family matter of our Fox clan. Why are you getting involved? Are you trying to cause trouble for the Godstone clan? Chun Hao, the #1 leader of the Black Fox clan, shouted angrily. Yu Dou laughed heartily. The Godstone clan has always been on good terms with the Celestial Court. Now that the little war god of the Celestial Court is in trouble, I naturally have to come and help. Just as they were speaking, Bai Ling silently reinforced the spatial seal. Hong Lin's expression darkened. Are you really going to fight to the death over this? Don't tell me you don't know how terrifying the Spirit Fish clan is. You can't afford to mess with them. Bai Muyu looked at all of the powerful beings before her with a cold voice. As long as the Spirit Fish clan doesn't interfere in this battle, we can agree to release all of you. Qing Beichen's eyes narrowed with a smile. That's right. As long as the Black Fox clan remains, it's time to purge the Fox clan. Haha, do you really think you can win? The crimson humanoid mermaid laughed heartily as he splayed open his hands, upon which 2 long spears appeared in the air. We've already prepared for the worst-case scenario. Our ultimate goal isn't to defeat you. All we have to do is abduct Bai Yao. Do you think you can stop us? Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 long spears crashed into Bai Ling's spatial seal with the power to pierce through heaven and earth, upon which an extremely sharp screeching sound erupted, and Lin's expression darkened. The power of these long spears was very similar to that of the realm-piercing nail, and both of them were extremely fearsome when it came to breaking through spell formations or spatial seals. The sound of something shattering rang out as the long spears flew into the distance. Meanwhile, the crimson humanoid mermaid also instantly disappeared on the spot before landing on the flying spears. That's teleportation. I'm going after him. Bai Ling harumphed coldly. Her spell formation had been broken, and she had been completely enraged. Bai Ling also instantly disappeared on the spot, and Lin was very confident in Bai Ling's actions. As long as Dao integration stage mighty figures didn't appear, no one could defeat Bai Ling, even if the crimson humanoid mermaid was a return to void final stage mighty figure. Charge! Almost all of the powerful beings sprang into action upon the commencement of the battle. At a time like this, whoever struck first would have the upper hand. All of a sudden, a series of devastating spell techniques were unleashed, and violent energy swept forth, flattening the ground within a radius of several dozen kilometers. Hong Lin of the Spirit Fish clan spoke in a cold voice. Qin Hao, take Qin Nan and Xiaoni to find Bai Yao. I'll do my best to hold them off. His aura began to climb steadily as he spoke, and he soon reached the pinnacle of the return to void stage. Hong Lin's body trembled rapidly as he split into 3, each of which possessed power comparable to a return to void final stage mighty figure. All 3 of them pounced toward Bai Muyu, Qing Beichen, and Yu Dou without any hesitation. Qin Hao took advantage of this opportunity to sweep up Chen Nan and Lan Xiaoni before charging toward Qing Hu City. Qing Beichen's eyes were still narrowed as a smile appeared on his face. 1 against 3? Who gave you the courage to do that? Boom! A projection of a green fox god over 10,000 feet tall appeared in the air, and its sharp claws were imbued with boundless power of the divine Tao as it slashed toward one of the Hong Lin tribesmen. Hong Lin wielded his 2 swords, and his sword intense surged for over 50 kilometers as he unleashed 2 sword projections that were as dazzling as the sun. The green fox god's claws clashed with Hong Lin's sword projections, and it was as if a mighty fox had slapped a pair of dazzling suns into the air, upon which destructive shockwaves instantly erupted. In the end, the green fox god's claws were still able to vanquish the sword projections and send Hong Lin flying. Even so, Qing Beichen's brows were still furrowed. His full-force attack had only managed to send one of the 3 Hong Lins flying. It was also at this moment that the other 2 Hong Lins had already pounced toward Bai Muyu and Yu Dou to restrict their movements with all their might. As long as these returned to void final stage mighty figures were restricted, all of the other mighty figures would be nothing more than trash. Who could stop Chen Hao, who possessed the power of the divine Tao? Clearly not. Ha ha ha. Piss off. Chen Hao chortled with glee as he flew toward Qinghu City at an extremely fast speed with Chen Nan and Lan Xiaoni in tow. His 8 fox tails danced through the air like agile hands, swatting away all enemies in his path. He was invincible now. Even if a return to void stage mighty figure tried to stop him, they would only be able to stand up to one of his tails. Right at this moment, a white light flashed, and a familiar face appeared before him. Chen Hao's expression shifted before becoming ecstatic. "And Lin, you're courting death." Chapter 10:15. His plan had already been thwarted by Enlin, and now Enlin had appeared before Chen Hao again. Chen Hao was ecstatic. Enlin had delivered himself to his doorstep to exact revenge. The Celestial Court was behind the 4-9 Immortal Sect. The Spirit Fish Clan was behind the Black Fox. The Spirit Fish Clan was not afraid of the Celestial Court. Die. He chuckled coldly as his 8 tails swept toward Enlin at the same time. An extremely powerful power of the divine Tao swept through heaven and earth, sealing off all avenues of retreat for Enlin. However, the fairy on his shoulder splayed open its hands, upon which a white light flashed. Boom! The 8 tails clapped together, sending shock waves surging for over 10 kilometers. Chen Hao's expression shifted drastically as he discovered that he had missed. All of a sudden, a terrifying wave of flames swept toward him from above. He raised his head to discover that Enlin had already unleashed a fist upon him. An extremely explosive power came crashing down with the force of an avalanche. Chen Hao didn't have time to withdraw his tails, so he could only use his arms as a shield. Bam! Chen Hao felt as if the bones in his arms were about to be shattered by Enlin's fist, and his body plummeted to the ground from the force of the fist. How could this be? How could Enlin be so powerful? Chen Hao's expression shifted drastically, and he shook his numb hands. Before he had a chance to do anything, countless bolts of lightning fell from the sky. The bolts of lightning became more and more fearsome as they fell, and Chen Hao had no choice but to use his fox tails as a shield. Chen Nan and Lan Xiaoni, who had been under his protection this entire time, were completely stunned into silence by the terrifying bolts of lightning, following a flurry of flashes and explosions. Chen Hao's figure reappeared with white smoke billowing from his swimming tails as he looked up into the sky with a dark expression. Aside from Enlin, there was also a fairy dancing in the air. Aside from that, there was also a gargantuan black dragon circling above the clouds. So you found help? Very well. I'll make sure you understand how ignorant you are of your own abilities for daring to stand in my way. Chen Hao roared as his clothes began to rip apart, and his body rapidly grew larger. Soon, an 8-tailed heavenly fox that was several thousand feet tall appeared in the world. After revealing his true form, Chen Hao exuded a terrifying divine might that made it difficult for all living beings in the surroundings to breathe. The power of corrosion and death proliferated outward, sucking away the life force of all plants within a radius of 10,000 meters. Divine Tao Fox technique, space of bones. Chen Hao clapped his palms together and heaven and earth suddenly darkened. Countless terrifyingly sharp, jagged white bones appeared in the void, half of which was a cage, the other half a weapon, forming a space of death. It's the space of white bones. This is a domain that can only be created by expending a vast amount of power of the divine Tao. My father is getting serious. Chun Nan's expression shifted drastically. Can this power kill Lin and the others? Lan Xiaoni asked with a nervous expression. Chun Nan stared at Lin as a hint of hatred flashed across his face. He is the master of that ugly monkey. He must die here today, or we will all have to worry about his revenge. Lan Xiaoni's eyes lit up. So he's killing them all at once. A smile appeared on Chun Nan's face. That's right, he's killing them all at once. Just as they were speaking, countless jagged white bones flew toward Lin and Xiao Zhe. These were no ordinary white bones. These were bones of death that were imbued with Chen Hao's power of the divine Tao, and they could easily slice through space and strip away life force. And Lin harumphed coldly and charged directly toward Chen Hao without adopting any defensive techniques. Die! Chen Hao felt like he had been underestimated, and his 8 tails shuddered violently as he unleashed all of his power. The white bones swept toward Lin in a frenzy before slicing into his body. A searing pain shot through Lin's body, and his divine body trembled violently as if it were about to be torn apart. His clothes were shredded, and a series of bloody gashes appeared on his skin, but he still continued onward. Chun Hao was given a massive fright by Lin's indestructible divine body, and for some reason, a sense of danger welled up in his heart. He wanted to retreat, but a thought suddenly occurred to him. He was a return to void final stage immortal beast, but he didn't even dare to take an attack from a soul formation stage cultivator. Howl! The black fox roared with rage as its 8 tails swept toward Lin. And Lin's petite frame was like a mosquito in the face of a palm in the face of the gigantic tail. He appeared especially tiny and helpless. However, a white light abruptly flashed, and Lin disappeared on the spot again. The palm was very large, but it was facing a mosquito with superpowers. Spatial skipping again. Chun Hao's expression shifted drastically as he let loose an almighty roar, and the power of the divine Tao erupted from his body to form a protective barrier. Come on, let's see how you break through my power of the divine Tao. White light flashed, and Lin's body had already landed directly on Chun Hao's back. He silently placed a large bronze ball on Chun Hao's back before retreating in retreat. Prior to retreating, he turned to Chun Nan and Lan Xiaoni with an intrigued expression. Both of their hearts shuddered at the sight of Lin's glare. What a terrifying glare! Chun Hao was slightly taken aback by Lin's inexplicable attack. What the hell was Lin trying to do here? Could it be this ball could explode? He immediately tried to move his body, only to find that he was unable to shake the ball off. What the hell is this thing? Even if it's a bomb, it won't be able to break through my protective power of the divine Tao. Chun Hao roared as he twisted his body frantically, only to find that the bronze ball was like sticky candy, and he was completely unable to shake it off. Just as he was about to swat the ball away with his tails, a series of golden chains shot forth from Tina's hands, binding his 8 tails and forcing him to a standstill. It was also at this moment that a terrifying power erupted from the ball. Ah! Boom! Chun Hao let loose a cry of surprise as his legs gave out from under him, and he collapsed to the ground. A smile appeared on Lin's face. I've finally activated the large water ball. That's right, that ball was a world-level immortal tool, the large water ball that had once sealed the Dragon King of the East Sea. Once the great water ball appeared, who could contend against it? Don't underestimate me. Chun Hao resisted the suffocating pressure weighing down on him as he let loose an enraged roar, and his power of the divine Tao soared into the sky before crashing into the ball of water behind him. However, He soon discovered to his despair that he was unable to lift the ball of water with his own power. Black Fox Emperor, I'm here to save you. A clear voice sounded in the distance. A handsome man wielding a long sword flew through the air. A white sword projection pierced through the heavens as it flew toward the large water ball on Chen Hao's back. A hint of hope flashed through Chen Hao's eyes. This fox tribe mighty figure was a powerful swordsman, so perhaps he would be able to break this ball of water. Tina didn't say anything in that split second. Instead, she tossed a ball toward the fox tribe mighty figure. It was a translucent, pristine, and flawless ball. F***CK off. The fox tribe mighty figure reacted extremely quickly as he slashed his sword through the air. Whoosh! The ball was sliced in half. No, rather than being sliced in half, it would be more accurate to say that it split in half on its own, thereby allowing it to evade most of the fox tribe mighty figure's sword strike. A colorful light erupted from within the ball before enshrouding the fox tribe mighty figure. Ah! The fox tribe mighty figure only had a chance to let loose a wail of anguish before his body was sucked into the strange little ball. The two halves of the ball combined again before flying obediently to Tina's side before flying around in circles happily. Chun Hao, Chun Nan, and Lan Xiaoni all drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. A mighty return to void initial stage. Mighty figure had been insta-killed by a ball? What kind of terrifying tool was this? Never would Chen Hao have thought that his Black Fox tribe would be suppressed by two balls. What sort of despair was this? What sort of mental breakdown was this? Chapter 1016. Tina put away the little ball with an elated expression. This little ball was the first special artifact that had been created in the divine mirror world. It was known as the Pokeball, and it could suck living beings of lower cultivation bases than the user into the ball. This was the first time that Tina had used this artifact in battle, and it was quite effective. She licked her lips as she listened to the despairing cries of the fox tribe mighty figures within the Pokeball. She decided to have some fun with this artifact when she had some spare time, and Lin flew toward Chen Hao atop his black brick in an attempt to engage in an in-depth conversation. To his surprise, Chen Hao's resistance was far more intense than he had imagined. The power of the divine Dao soared into the sky and surged through the air. The divine Dao Fox technique, Space of White Bones, was still being activated. Countless white bones flew toward Enlin, Tina, and Xiao Zhe again. All Xiao Zhe could do now was serve as Chen Hao's punching bag and continue to expend his energy. I underestimated you. You're even more powerful than the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, Ao Meng. And Lin pulled out his longsword to defend against Chen Hao's attacks. Chen Hao was already at the end of his tether, so there was no need for him to take the risk and defend against the white bones. However, what he didn't expect was for Chen Hao to swallow Chin Nan and Lan Xiaoni, just as Enlin was rooted to the spot. Go, I'll hold them off. Chen Hao roared as he opened his mouth to expel something. Chun Nan and Lan Xiaoni flew out of Chen Hao's mouth before being propelled out of the white bone space by a powerful force. And Lin was just about to do something when countless white bones enshrouded his body again. Don't even think about chasing them. Your opponent is me. Chen Hao unleashed his white bones toward Lin, Tina, and Xiao Zhe at the same time, giving them no chance to escape. It was quite clear that Chen Hao knew that he wouldn't be able to get away, so he decided to protect the two of them first, and Lin wasn't going to let them off the hook. His storage ring flashed, and two silvery white figures appeared. Gundam 3, Yao Ji, kill those two. Whoosh whoosh. Gundam 3 and Yao Ji immediately flew toward Chen Nan as quickly as they could after receiving their instructions. Chen Hao was given a huge fright when he saw this. He didn't think that Enlin would still have a trump card up his sleeve, and he immediately unleashed his power to stop Gundam 3 and Yao Ji. A series of jagged white bones materialized from the divine Dao, surged toward Gundam 3 and Yao Ji with the power of death. Due to overexerting his strength, Chen Hao's stamina was exhausted. The weight of the ball slowly bent his spine, accompanied by the sound of flesh and blood moving. He was instantly severely injured. What was most infuriating was that half of Gundam 3's body was paralyzed by his white bones, but Yao Ji was insanely agile. Not only was her calculation and evasive abilities exceptional, but she had even mastered spatial skipping. Was spatial jump so cheap these days? He can even control puppets? In any case, Yao Ji was able to evade all of Chen Hao's attacks with her agile movement techniques before finding an opening to unleash 2 cannon blasts upon the fleeing Lan Xiaoni and Chen Nan. Boom! The light cannon pierced through the void and arrived in an instant. No! Chen Hao Bei shouted angrily, but there was nothing he could do. Lan Xiaoni positioned herself in front of Chen Nan without any hesitation before activating the protective magic tool that she had obtained from one of her seniors. A precious bead transformed into a blue ball that enshrouded her and Chen Nan within. Her cultivation base was only at the soul formation pinnacle stage, but with all of her trump cards, she would be able to hold her own for a short period of time, even if she encountered a weak return to void stage mighty figure. However, she had underestimated Yao Ji's power. Yao Ji was not some weak return to void stage mighty figure. Her combat prowess was comparable to a mighty figure at the pinnacle of the return to void intermediate stage. Just this cannon blast alone was not something that a normal return to void stage mighty figure could defend against. Energy exploded forth, and the light of the explosion engulfed the entire sky. Lan Xiaoni and Chen Nan's blood-curdling cries erupted, and Lin defended himself as he looked toward the direction of the explosion with anticipation in his eyes. The light gradually dissipated, and the 2 figures that were still fleeing into the distance appeared in his field of vision. And Lin was quite disappointed, but Chen Hao's eyes lit up again as a joyful smile appeared on his face. Yao Ji still wanted to land the killing blow, but Chen Hao was not going to give it another chance to do so. And Lin knew that the 8-tailed black celestial fox had most likely been forced to use some kind of mystic technique. Otherwise, its aura would not have continued to climb, and it was now able to stand up with a large water ball on its back. A dangerous light flashed through Chen Hao's eyes. And Lin, you've done this. I'm going to kill you today. A faint smile appeared on Lin's face. Ha, what a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. In order to create a more stable environment for Xiao Chao's sect to develop in, it was naturally best to eliminate this potential threat on the spot. Boom! Right at this moment, an earth-shattering explosion erupted in the distance. Heaven and earth tremored at the same time. An extremely dazzling fireball erupted with boundless light and heat as a mushroom cloud rose into the air, and destructive energy swept through the area within a radius of over 50 kilometers. And Lin looked up at the miniature sun in the distance and fell silent as he sensed the terrifying power imbued by the nuclear fusion. Big Brother Chung. Was he finally going to use his trump card again? The nuclear bomb had become a hydrogen bomb. Hopefully, it wouldn't affect his teammates. The sound of something shattering suddenly erupted from within Chen Hao's storage ring. His expression shifted, and his voice trembled with incredulity. Lu Xing is dead. And Lin blinked with confusion as he recalled the earth-shattering explosion from before. Was Chen Hao's emotional outburst due to the death of a return to void stage mighty figure? Generally speaking, powerful return to void stage mighty figures could use their spatial powers to defend against nuclear and hydrogen explosions. However, return to void stage mighty figures who were new to the Tao of Void and weren't very proficient in it would be a different story. Bam! Another shattering sound erupted. Ah, Gongsun Ro. Chen Hao's body trembled violently as he was almost forced to his knees by the large water ball again, and Lin wore a sympathetic expression. Another black fox, tribe, powerful being, must have fallen, right? The leader of the Black Fox tribe had lost two powerful beings in a row, so he was definitely not in a good mood. Meanwhile, in a certain place over 50 kilometers away, boundless, white, holy flames had formed a sea of flames that incinerated heaven and earth. A six-tailed immortal fox lay within the flames, completely devoid of vitality. A woman in a jade dress sheathed her sword before stowing away the six-tailed immortal fox's body and storage ring before swallowing an immortal pill. Her body was riddled with wounds, but there was excitement in her eyes. "I've finally slain a rookie return to Void Stage mighty figure." A vibrant smile appeared on her face as she thought to herself that she had finally caught up to Enlin. Enlin could slay a return to Void Stage mighty figure, so she could do the same. "Xiaolan, save me. This is a matter of life and death." A sobbing voice sounded from the distance. The woman looked up into the distance to discover a snow soul beast being chased by a powerful mermaid who was running toward them in a frenzy. The woman in a jade dress fell into a daze. This scene really made one reminisce about the past. She thought back to how Enlin would cling to her whenever he was in trouble. "Don't worry, little Tian, I'm coming to help you." Su Xiaolan let loose a clear cry as she pulled out her dragon sparrow sword again, which transformed into a flaming bolt of lightning that slashed toward the mermaid mighty figure. Chapter 1017. Xiao Qiu knew what Bai Yao meant by "there's a chance." Go to hell. Lan Xiaoni was enraged. If it weren't for the fact that she was severely wounded, she wouldn't have been beaten by a soul formation initial stage B***H. Xiao Qiu and Bai Yao's expressions also shifted slightly at the sight of Chen Nan and Lan Xiaoni. At this moment, Xiao Qiu descended from the sky with his dark god flames before stomping heavily onto Chen Nan's body, causing his internal organs to rupture, and he threw up another mouthful of blood. Not far away from Qinghu City, Chen Nan's aura soared explosively again as dark corrosion, divine flames, surged forth from his body, and he launched a fist toward Xiao Qiu. A massive fist of black flames tore through everything in its path as it pounced toward Xiao Qiu like a vicious ghost. He stared at the oncoming beauty with a scorching light in his eyes as flames burst forth from his hands. Her smooth, fair skin was charred black, and her aura was extremely unstable, clearly indicating that she had been severely wounded. "Chen Nan, hurry up and take care of that guy over there, then come and help me." Lan Xiaoni yelled for help as she defended against Bai Yao's relentless attacks. Boom! Their clothes were all in tatters, making them look like beggars on the side of the road. Chen Nan and Lan Xiaoni were both enraged by the sight of the two of them charging toward them instead of running away. A sense of elation welled up in their hearts, as if they had just killed Bai Yao's lover. Just as Chen Nan thought that Xiao Qiu was going to be corroded into nothingness, a burst of even more profound black flames engulfed his dark corrosion, divine flames. Boom! He silently put on his azure battle luo mask, and his aura soared to the soul formation final stage as he charged fearlessly toward Chen Nan with his silver staff in his hand. Lan Xiaoni was already beginning to consider retreating. She didn't want to continue onward. "Don't worry, give me 1 minute." He could immediately tell that Chen Nan and Lan Xiaoni had both been wounded. Setting aside Chen Nan, Lan Xiaoni was in an extremely sorry state. Chen Nan's face had been twisted by the silver staff. Lan Xiaoni hurriedly retreated to evade the ice blade. Xiao Qiu remained completely silent throughout this entire process, as if he were silent but murderous fiend celestial. Little Yao Lan Xiaoni is a powerful being at the soul formation pinnacle stage, and she also has all types of high-rank tools. Should we retreat for now? Xiao Qiu suggested with a concerned expression. So that's how it is. No wonder Bai Muyu agreed to let you marry her. So you also have a pure Yin-type divine flame. Chen Nan's expression became even more dark and resentful. If Bai Yao and Xiao Qiu were to hole up in the White Fox Imperial Palace and do nothing, then there was really nothing he could do. Little Yao, you pick one first. Xiao Cho understood Bai Yao's intentions, and he chose to face her with a confident and domineering voice. They had already changed out of their wedding clothes. Such precious clothes could not be torn in a fight. They still had to consummate their marriage later. I must have you. Bai Yao wore a white dress that accentuated her alluring figure. At this moment, Chun Nan's eyes suddenly lit up. Then his gaze became passionate. If we barge into the White Fox Imperial Palace with just our strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to return. Ha ha ha, go to hell just like that. I'll take good care of Bai Yao for you. This time he was unleashing his full power. That's right. They were none other than Lan Xiaoni and Qin Nan, who had successfully escaped from Enlin. Bai Yao shook her head upon hearing this. She used her extremely powerful detection technique to scan Lan Xiaoni's body before speaking with an excited expression. No, Lan Xiaoni is in a very bad state. We have a chance. Xiao Chao's eyes flashed with golden light as dark divine flames enshrouded his entire body. An extremely powerful burst of cold and destructive flames erupted forth, making him appear as if he were a fiend celestial that had emerged from the darkness as he made his way toward Qin Nan. A black-robed man and a woman with the human body of a mermaid were flying side by side. The two of them slowed down a little as their nerves tensed up. Bam! Xiao Cho and Bai Yao, Qin Nan, and Lan Xiaoni. Humph! A mere soul formation, intermediate stage, cultivator, wants to fight me? My divine flames can corrode all things. So how can they not burn a stinky monkey like you to death? Qin Nan clapped his hands together, upon which flames exploded and completely engulfed Xiao Chao's body. This time, Bai Yao, Qin Nan was also caught in a dilemma. The dark divine flames enshrouded his entire body like the most resolute armor, and he crashed directly toward Qin Nan's massive flaming fist. Two soul formation stage living beings were forcing their way into the White Fox Palace? What a joke! A white blade of ice flew toward him like a bolt of lightning. A faint smile appeared on Bai Yao's face. Leave Lan Xiaoni to me. The opportunity to avenge me is yours, Xiao Cho. The silver staff was imbued with unstoppable force as it tore through the air before crashing heavily into Qin Nan's face. A cruel smile appeared on Qin Nan's face as he looked down at Xiao Cho. I'm going to teach you how foolish it is to provoke me. Xiao Cho spoke for the first time since the battle began. It's over. Damn it. I'm going to report this to my father when I get back and get him to avenge me. And Lin and the people of the 4-9 Immortal sect must pay the heaviest price for what they've done today. Bai Yao gritted her teeth with an enraged expression. Humph! She let loose a pained moan as blood gushed forth from her wounds again. Flames exploded. The gargantuan waves, unleashed by Lan Xiaoni, suddenly froze over before shattering. The two couples who had been fleeing from each other finally clashed. What? Qin Nan's eyes widened. A silver staff was pressed firmly against Qin Nan's head. Pwah! His body flew through the air for over a kilometer as blood and broken teeth flew through the air. His body tumbled feebly to the ground, and his eyes were still glazed over, clearly having been knocked senseless. Xiao Cho donned a suit of black crystal armor and appeared to be extremely ferocious. Right before Qin Nan's incredulous eyes, the masked clown knocked aside the flaming fist in an extremely domineering manner. The dark divine flames exploded with extremely terrifying corrosive and melting power, enshrouding Xiao Cho in all directions before quickly closing in on him. You're still going to capture that *TCH? Qin Hao isn't here anymore, and the White Fox Imperial Palace is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Even if Second Uncle and the others have drawn out most of their forces, there must still be other mighty figures stationed here. Qin Nan was also enraged, and he unleashed his dark divine flames. The sound of bones shattering erupted. Even though Lan Xiaoni had unleashed her life-saving trump card in this dire situation, she was still severely wounded by Yao G's light cannon blast. Chen Nan's expression darkened. Let's set that aside for now. Our top priority now is to capture Bai Yao and bring her to the Sea Heart Palace. My dark divine flames require the power of her frosty yang root to heal, and this is probably our best opportunity to do so. You dare to look down on me? I'm going to teach you what it means to be a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Lan Xiaoni let loose a delicate cry as her fishtail swept through the air, instantly materializing a gargantuan wave that crashed toward the two of them. Ha ha ha. I was just wondering how I was going to capture Bai Yao, and now she's delivering herself to me. This is a blessing from the heavens. Chen Nan chortled with elation, as if he had been struck by a massive stroke of fortune. He saw another type of black divine flame. This was a type of black flame that was even more profound, purer, and more powerful. Xiao Chao's divine flames completely shattered Chen Nan's sense of superiority. Bai Yao followed up with another attack as she slashed a silvery white saber through the air, leaving a series of lethal trajectories in her wake. Each and every slash was extremely powerful and domineering, and her style was the complete opposite of her usual seductive self. Chapter 1018. Lan Xiaoni's eyes widened with incredulity at the sight of Chen Nan's defeat. She was the one who had been severely wounded. She was waiting for Chen Nan to help her, but Chen Nan had been defeated first? Chen Nan had told her to wait for a minute. Now that a minute had passed, Chen Nan had finally been knocked to the ground by Xiao Chou. F***CK. How the F***CK was he supposed to fight? Why was there such a huge disparity between these two men? Xiaoni, save me! Chen Nan screamed for help with all his might. Xiao Chou immediately swung his silver staff toward Chen Nan. Right at this moment, a streak of blue light hurtled toward Xiao Chou at an extremely fast speed. The blue streak of light was imbued with extremely powerful power, and if Xiao Chou insisted on swinging it toward Chen Nan, his own life would most likely be in peril. Xiao Chou had no intention of trading his life for Chen Nan's. His life was far more valuable than Chen Nan's. He immediately drew his silver staff as a shield. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, and Xiao Chou was knocked flying by the streak of blue light. He focused his gaze to discover that it was a semi-transparent blue fish. The small fish shook its tail and tore through the air again. It was as fast as a bolt of blue lightning, and it carried with it a powerful force as it charged toward the clown. Xiao Chou didn't dare to underestimate the little blue fish. The power that the little fish unleashed was even greater than Chen Nan's. It was quite clear that this was another of Lan Xiaoni's pay-to-win trump cards. Run, Chen Nan! Little spirit fish, and I will hold them off. Lan Xiaoni yelled with tears in her eyes. All right. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Nan crawled up from the ground with great difficulty and used all his strength to fly away on a cloud, fleeing into the distance. Xiao Chou took a deep look at the wounded mermaid to discover that she was crying. She began to laugh as she wept. The severely wounded Lan Xiaoni had been forced into a dire situation by Bai Yao. The emotional Xiao Chou could empathize with Lan Xiaoni. Lan Xiaoni had told Chen Nan to run away first, but she was most likely going to die here. Although this was her own decision, seeing Chen Nan escape so decisively without saying a single word or even taking a second glance at her, it still tore a hole in her heart. She was crying for the separation of life and death, but she was laughing at her own stupidity. The clown could understand, but he could not let this foolish woman go. After all, she and Chen Nan had conspired to take Bai Yao's life, so there was no way Xiao Chou was going to hold back. The clown swung his silver rod and found an opportunity to smash the small blue fish in the head. Rumble! The small blue fish was smashed and suddenly exploded. The blue explosion annihilated everything within a radius of several hundred meters. The clown was sent flying by the explosion and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he had the black crystal armor and the divine flame to protect him. Otherwise, his soul formation stage body would not have been able to withstand such a terrifying explosion. How dare you injure my Dao companion? You're courting death. Bai Yao flared up with rage upon seeing that Xiao Qiu had almost been blasted to death, and her saber intent became even more ferocious as she slashed down toward Lan Xiaoni with all her might. Lan Xiaoni used her water to defend herself, and she retreated over and over again. But as the saying goes, being on guard for too long is bound to fail. Streaks of blood began to appear on her pure white and delicate skin, making her look particularly pathetic. His body had been severely wounded by Yao Ji's light cannon, so there was no way he could defend himself against Bai Yao's ferocious saber strikes. Soon, Lan Xiaoni was beginning to falter. The white saber projection was imbued with extreme sharpness, and it tore through Lan Xiaoni's vital water barrier before striking her slender waist, upon which it was sliced in half with unstoppable force. Just like that, her fishtail and her body were sliced in half. Lan Xiaoni's blue eyes gradually became glazed over as she stared at her severed body with incredulity. Blood gushed forth from her mouth. She turned toward the direction that Chun Nan had fled in, but he was already nowhere to be seen. Tears were still flowing down her face, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was this the end? They weren't married yet, and she was going to get married soon. She had finally managed to kidnap the groom, but he was nowhere to be found. Lan Xiaoni silently closed her eyes. She fell into boundless darkness. Bai Yao's snowy white saber slashed down upon Lan Xiaoni again. Boom! A blue barrier suddenly erupted from Lan Xiaoni's body to keep the attack at bay. Bai Yao and Xiao Qiu's expressions shifted at the same time. An indescribably terrifying aura burst forth from Lan Xiaoni's body. Lan Xiaoni's life force draining from her body came to an abrupt halt. At the same time, a pair of sea blue eyes appeared in the air, imbuing everyone with a sense of asphyxiation. This was an aura that only a Dao integration stage, super mighty figure, could possess. Xiao Qiu and Bai Yao were struck by a sense of asphyxiation. Thankfully, the eyes were not looking at them. Instead, they were staring silently at Lan Xiaoni. Whoosh! Lan Xiaoni's body was drawn by a powerful force, and the blue barrier enveloped her body as she flew into the sky toward the west before disappearing into the clouds. The sea blue eyes gradually disappeared, and the fearsome pressure abruptly dissipated. Xiao Qiu and Bai Yao both heaved sighs of relief in unison. What a pity that both of them got away. Xiao Qiu was a little disappointed. A vibrant smile appeared on Bai Yao's face as she looked at Xiao Qiu. But we completely defeated them. We won this battle, didn't we? Xiao Qiu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Bai Yao's mesmerizing smile. That's right. That was quite a satisfying beating. Xiao Qiu and Bai Yao had secured a resounding victory in this battle between husband and wife. In a certain forest outside Qinghu City, white mist flew through the air. Chun Nan was flying toward Black Fox City's headquarters on a cloud. There was no way he could fight. He had sustained such severe injuries, and he would only be throwing his life away if he fought. He couldn't let Lan Xiaoni sacrifice herself for nothing. She was the one who had saved her life. A resentful expression appeared on Chun Nan's face at the thought of Lan Xiaoni's tragic fate. Xiao Qiu, Bai Yao, and Lin. Hee. Do you really think you've won? Lan Xiaoni is an extremely important member of the Spirit Fish clan. Do you really think you'll have a good ending after killing her? I'm really looking forward to seeing the expressions of despair and helplessness on your faces when you're faced with an undefeatable enemy. With this thought in mind, an ugly smile appeared on Chun Nan's crooked face, which had been hammered. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions and booms of energy could still be heard even from so far away. Vital energy surged like massive waves as gale-force winds swept through the air for over 500 kilometers. This was a battle that had never been witnessed in the creation realm in the past 100 years. Even soul formation stage powerful beings would most likely be reduced to cannon fodder. It's a pity, though. Who would have thought that not only would I lose my future concubine, Bai Yao, but even my future wife, Lan Xiaoni? Chen Nen heaved a forlorn sigh. He was feeling a little sad. Boom! A crimson sword projection suddenly swept through the air. It landed directly on Chen Nan's body. PFFF. Chen Nan's body was torn apart by the scorching sword projection, and he threw up a mouthful of blood before plummeting from the sky. A figure appeared before Chen Nan with an expression of surprise and elation on his face. Chen Nan clasped a hand over the wound on his chest, and his eyes widened in shock. Who are you? A man wielding a crimson long sword chortled with elation as he looked at Chen Nan. If you hadn't been talking to yourself, I wouldn't have recognized you. You ugly C***. You're so different from the person in the picture. It's all because of your good looks. The man spoke to himself as he pressed his long sword against Chen Nan's neck. I really am the one chosen by the heavens. The entire course of this battle is in my hands. I'm an elder of the 4-9 immortal sect, Tang Shimin. Chapter 1019. As an elder of the 4-9 immortal sect, Tang Shimin had a sense of responsibility and mission, so he naturally participated in the battle as well. However, when he exited the spatial gate with Bai Ling, he discovered that even the weakest enemy was a soul formation stage cultivator. How the F***CK were they supposed to fight? Flip the table. They couldn't even defeat the weaklings. One earth-shattering spell technique after another was being unleashed. Tang Shimin chose to observe from the shadows. That's right, this was a strategic retreat. These spell techniques could affect a radius of several kilometers, and they made his heart tremble uncontrollably. Just like that, he retreated further and further, further and further. This was way too terrifying. A bunch of return to void stage mighty figures were battling, and they were able to crush heaven and earth with just a casual spell technique. This is way too terrifying. Is this the world of the powerful? Tang Shimin felt like he was so useless. He had no idea what he was doing here. Even if he was a bystander shouting 666, his teammates wouldn't be able to hear him shouting 666 from so far away. He didn't even have the right to be a cheerleader anymore. How sad was this? Tang Shimin pulled out a pair of binoculars and focused his vital energy into the crystal to observe his teammates' battle. And Lin is so bad *SS. He can even kill the leader of the Black Fox tribe. Look at me. Sigh. Tang Shimin's chest constricted. There really was a huge disparity between humans. Holy F***CK. That Dubai killed a soul formation stage mermaid? So bad *SS. Tang Shimin's chest constricted. There really was a huge disparity between humans and dogs. Wait, something didn't seem right. Tears welled up in Tang Shimin's eyes again. I'm just a useless piece of trash. Wah. Right at this moment, an energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the distance. Tang Shimin looked up to discover a fox tribe, powerful being flying in the sky. Someone's coming. Is it a deserter? Or is it someone who ran away in fear like me? Tang Shimin's heart jolted with relief. It looked like he wasn't the only useless one. However, he soon realized that he was the most useless one. The expert from the Black Fox clan who was flying in the sky had obviously been injured in the battle, and his injuries were especially serious. His aura was extremely weak, and it was obvious that he was holding on. His face is flattened, his nose is crooked, and his mouth is leaking air. Tang Shimin trailed along silently and overheard the man muttering to himself. And Lin, Bai Yao, Lan Xiaoni, holy **T. That ugly bastard. Could it be that he was the dream of hundreds of millions of Black Fox girls, the leader of the younger generation, Chen Nan? Tang Shimin's heart jolted with shock. To think that he would encounter such a crucial figure in this war. This person is an expert at the peak of the soul formation stage. My strategy is to retreat. Just as he was about to flee, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Wait, Chun Nan's current condition. For some reason, Tang Shimin's breathing accelerated. His desire to turn over a new leaf was stronger than ever. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Tang Shimin decided that he was going to kill Chun Nan. Thus, an earth-shattering crimson streak of light pierced through the clouds and slashed the severely wounded Black Fox clan Cultivator from the sky. Tang Shimin had trampled over the entire battlefield, and he uttered the most domineering words he had ever uttered in his life. I am an elder of the 4-9 Immortal Sect, Tang Shimin. Chun Nan stared blankly at the ordinary-looking man before him, and he opened his mouth with difficulty. Tang Shimin, who are you? Everyone suddenly fell silent. Tang Shimin, Chun Nan, bam! Chun Nan coughed up another mouthful of blood after being struck by the immense force. I was wrong. Please spare me, Big Brother Tang. Chun Nan howled with agony. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm just an ordinary-looking man. Tears flowed down Tang Shimin's face as he continued to stomp down on Chun Nan's chest. Bam, bam, bam. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Chun Nan was frothing at the mouth, and his heart was filled with despair. Was he an enemy of the 4-9 Immortal Sect? Why was it that he only encountered cultivators from the 4-9 Immortal Sect and was pummeled by them every time? First, he was pummeled by Enlin's mechanical puppet, then he was pummeled by Xiao Chou, and now he was being pummeled by a nut job. Tang Shimin finally vented all of the negative emotions in his heart after stomping on her body to his heart's content. Chun Nan was extremely enraged. He was a powerful being at the soul formation pinnacle stage and the most dazzling prodigy among the younger generation of the Black Fox clan. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Now he was being pummeled by a cannon fodder who hadn't even reached the soul formation stage yet. Should I kill you or capture you alive? Tang Shimin stroked his chin. Capture me alive. Chun Nan's survival instinct forced him to spit out those words with great difficulty. Tang Shimin pulled out his long sword with a disdainful expression. Do you have any last words? Chun Nan. Was this be *starred retarded? Can't you understand human language? He didn't even get a chance to say anything before the crimson long sword fell like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Chun Nan's face was filled with horror and despair as he looked up at the blood splattering through the air. He looked down at his headless body and fell into an eternal darkness. Never would he have thought that his life would end at the hands of a noob like this. Tang Shimin sheathed his sword. I was just asking. Don't take it seriously. He silently pulled out a photographic crystal and took a picture before incinerating Chun Nan's body into ashes. His head and other spoils of war were stowed away into his storage ring. This war has finally been ended by me. Tang Shimin heaved a faint sigh of contentment. He raised his head and looked at the world-shaking battle in the distance. He was speechless. His gaze was misty and deep, and his entire temperament was different. This was the aura of a victor. He was like a swordsman who had successfully decapitated an enemy boss. He stood with his sword strapped to his back and looked up at the storm clouds in the distance. From this day forth, please refer to him as Tang Hiai's King Shimin, at the place where the battle was the most intense. The 8-tailed celestial fox, the leader of the Black Fox tribe, Chun Hao, was engaged in a fierce battle with Enlin and the others. Within the space of white bones, a series of terrifying, jagged, white bones slashed toward a man. And Lin didn't expect Chun Hao to be able to unleash such astonishing combat prowess, even after being suppressed by the large water ball. If it weren't for Tina and Xiao Zhe assisting him, he might have even been defeated. As it turned out, Chun Hao was indeed a lot more bad *assessed than the Dragon King of the EC. All of a sudden, the sound of something shattering erupted from within his storage ring. Chun Hao suddenly stopped his attacks and trembled as he inspected his storage ring. From the looks of it, another capable general had fallen, And Lin was not going to let this opportunity slip by, and he immediately slashed his evil slaying sword through the air, instantly inflicting over 100 wounds on Chen Hao's body. However, and Lin felt like something was amiss as the air around him seemed to have congealed. This was a sign that a volcano was about to erupt. Chen Hao suddenly raised his head, and an extremely terrifying aura soared into the clouds. "Ah, my son!" The 8-tailed celestial fox let loose an enraged roar as his eyes turned crimson, and the light in the sky quickly dimmed. An indistinct tail appeared behind the 8-tailed celestial fox. Chapter 1020. My sons, I'll kill all of you. I'll kill all of you to avenge my son. The 8-tailed heavenly fox's aura became even more terrifying as a semi-transparent 9th tail appeared, from which an extremely terrifying ferocious might erupted into the sky. That sorrowful emotion even affected the weather of heaven and earth. The sky quickly dimmed as the sunlight was engulfed by the power of death. In the middle of the 8 huge tails, there was a translucent black tail with a seemingly solid white tailbone. It was ferocious and sharp, making one's heart palpitate, and Lin's heart thumped in his chest. Facing Chen Hao in his current state, he felt as if he were facing the Dark Knight monarch. Bam! A violent boom erupted as the large water ball was knocked flying by the 8-tailed heavenly fox. No, it should be referred to as a 9-tailed heavenly fox, or a pseudo-9-tailed heavenly fox. And Lin stowed the large water ball away. Its suppressive effect was already useless against Chen Hao. Why do all my enemies like to self-detonate so much these days? And Lin's lips twitched. Chen Hao's eyes were crimson as he stared intently at Lin. He clenched his claws tightly, as if he were a ferocious beast preparing to tear apart its prey. The space around him began to tremor involuntarily. Chen Hao's aura became even more vast and ethereal after the 9th tail appeared. He had already reached the pinnacle of the return to void stage, as if he were only a hair's breadth away from the Tao integration stage. And Lin would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. Chen Hao was clearly going to have to pay an extremely heavy price to unleash such a powerful spell technique. But that wasn't what Lin was concerned about. All he was concerned about was how he was going to survive. His life was extremely precious. Even if Chen Hao were to suddenly die after unleashing this mystic technique, it would still be a huge loss for him. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Bai Ling and the Crimson Mermaid were engaged in a fierce battle. The Crimson Mermaid had another gaping wound inflicted upon its body by Bai Ling's spatial slicing technique. It hurtled back in retreat, only to find Bai Ling striding through the air toward it before collecting the mermaid's blood into a vial. The mermaid almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon seeing this. His scales, blood, and hair had all been harvested by Bai Ling rather than calling this a battle. It was more accurate to call this a journey of being dissected by Bai Ling for research purposes. Too frightening. This woman is too frightening. A chill ran down the spine of the mermaid spine at the sight of the mermaid. One had to return to void final stage spirit fish clan mighty figure ever suffered such humiliation. Right at this moment, a command issued by a certain super mighty figure outside the west of the sea flashed through its mind. Chi of it, it let out a loud roar and began to flee. This place was too scary. He didn't want to stay here a second longer. This spirit was the Bai of the spirit. Ling by King Ling, by spirit was spirit appeared. They were of spirit. She looked at the blood in the small bottle and smiled with satisfaction. Who cares? It's not like I didn't gain anything from this battle. I've gained quite a lot from this battle. Hong spirit of. See. He of dragon. He moon of spirit. The dragon be God, Dragon King Hong. He king all of the other spirit fish clan powerful beings also began to retreat. They didn't seem to be in a very good mood. all of the 4-9 Immortal sect and White Fox tribe powerful beings were ecstatic to see this. Their enemy's pain was their joy. It was quite clear that their plan had failed, even though they didn't know why. The retreat of the Spirit Fish clan sent the Black Fox tribe into a panic. Their allies had suddenly abandoned them and fled. They were going to be annihilated in the face of such a large group of powerful beings. The Black Fox tribe mighty figures weren't idiots. They knew that they would definitely lose if they continued to fight, so they also began to flee. Thus, their enemies began to suffer a crushing defeat. Let's give them a good beating, woof. Dubai chased after them with elation. On a certain mountain peak, over 50 kilometers away, Tang Shimin wore a white robe flapping in the wind, and a sense of pride welled up in his heart as he looked at the fleeing enemies. Right at this moment, an extremely unsettling feeling suddenly engulfed the entire heaven and earth. Howl! A mighty roar erupted in the distance, striking straight into the hearts of all living beings. Bai Ling, Qing Beichin, Bai Muyu Yudo, and all the other mighty figures turned toward a certain direction in unison. Heaven and earth, there was a vast expanse of darkness. An inky black sphere extended outward, as if it were an engulfing space that even sunlight was unable to shine into. There seemed to be 9 black tails waving within the darkness. Qing Beichin's expression shifted drastically. 9-tailed divine fox. No, this is a pseudo-9-tailed divine fox that was forcibly transformed by a mystic technique. Even though Bai Muyu had denied Qing Beichin's statement, her expression was still extremely grave instead of lightening up. It was quite clear that even a pseudo-9-tailed divine fox was extremely terrifying to them. And Lin is in danger. Bai Ling suddenly said before charging into the inky black sphere domain without any hesitation. All of the other 4-9 Immortal sect mighty figures also charged into the domain. Su Qianyin, Dubai, Xiaohong, and Lu Qianhuan were stopped by Shen Yuancheng. The enemy is too powerful. Let's not get in their way. Shen Yuancheng didn't want to admit it, but he was forced to stop in his tracks by the might emanating from the black sphere. Qing Beichin and Yu Do hesitated momentarily before flying toward the domain unleashed by the pseudo-9-tailed divine fox. In the face of such a fearsome enemy, even returned to void stage mighty figures could easily perish. Xiaolan, should we go? Shui Zhantian looked at the source of the terrifying might emanating from the domain, and he trembled uncontrollably. A faint smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. Not for now. If we go there, we'll only make Lin worry. A rookie returned to void stage mighty figure, and a cultivator who wasn't even at the return to void stage would only be of limited use if they went there. Su Xiaolan looked into the darkness up ahead and spoke in a low voice. I believe that Lin will definitely come back safely. He's not even a Dao integration stage super mighty figure, so there's no way he'll be a problem. Shui Zhantian looked up at Su Xiaolan's flawless features, and he could tell from her confident expression that she was not just trying to comfort herself. She was serious. At this moment, Lin looked up at heaven and earth, and he knew that he couldn't delay any longer. The pseudo-9-tailed divine fox raised his head, and his crimson eyes seemed to be glaring from the depths of hell. His 9 tails turned into the darkest shade of black as he slowly approached Lin and the others. Go, Gundam 3, Yao Ji! Lin immediately issued a command. Gundam 3 spread open its hands, and purple gravitational force erupted forth for several kilometers to suppress the pseudo-9-tailed divine fox. Yao Ji spread open her pink wings and stepped forward, upon which her body disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, she had already appeared before the pseudo-9-tailed divine fox with a pink particle energy sword in her hand. Whoosh! Time seemed to have stopped. Gundam 3 and Yao Ji were both frozen in place by an indescribable power, and they were unable to move. Bam! A metallic boom erupted. Yao Ji's chest was punctured by a bone spike that had appeared out of nowhere. Chapter 1021. Heaven and earth were plunged into darkness. As long as one was in a dark space, the restrictive power was omnipresent. That's right, all of the darkness between heaven and earth was the power of the nine-tailed divine fox. And Lin was also affected. He tried to struggle free with all his might, but he was completely immobilized by the power of heaven and earth. He couldn't even move a single finger. This was an absolute suppression of power. He wasn't the only one. Tina and Xiaoza were also sealed. This restrictive power was even more terrifying than a spatial one, as it was omnipresent and untraceable. The entire dark space was filled with the power of the nine-tailed divine foxes, divine Tao. Qin Hao swept a paw through the air, and Yao Ji's body twisted before crashing to the ground. It's over. I'm going to kill all of you with my son. Qin Hao roared before waving a hand toward Lin in the distance. Boundless darkness surged toward Lin with the power of heaven and earth, as if it were a demon that was going to devour all living beings. And Lin's divine body was struck by an instinctive sense of fear for the first time. It's over, this thought suddenly appeared in his mind. All of a sudden, a white, rhomboid barrier enshrouded Lin within. Rumble, the deepest darkness crashed violently into the white barrier, and what sounded like the roars of wild beasts erupted. Tears welled up in Lin's eyes as he sensed this familiar spatial power. Big Sister Bai, you're finally here. A beautiful woman with cold features appeared before Lin, and she glanced at Lin out of the corner of her eye with a faint smile on her face. What is it, Lin? This is the first time I've seen you only defend. Are you done? And Lin's lips twitched slightly. How could a man admit that he was done? However, he couldn't be bothered with Bai Ling's teasing as he turned toward the nine-tailed divine fox again. The nine-tailed divine fox let loose an almighty roar upon seeing Bai Ling's appearance. Crack! Under the pressure of the darkness, the white barrier constructed by Bai Ling's spatial power of the divine Tao began to crack open. Bai Ling harumphed coldly before extending a pristine white hand toward the nine-tailed divine fox from afar. Sky shattering. A thin white line tore through the darkness, piercing through the void of space. This attack, which was imbued with the power of the spatial divine Tao, was the sharpest blade. A disdainful smile appeared on the nine-tailed divine fox's face. The dark tail swung towards the white threads, but the spatial threads cut through the tails like clay oxen entering the sea, disappearing in an instant. Any attack that comes into contact with my tail will be reduced to nothingness. Before he could finish, a huge golden fireball tore through the darkness and descended from the sky. Qin Hao's 9 tails quickly retracted to form a giant umbrella above his head. Boom! The fireball collided with the tail, producing a sizzling sound. The dark 9 tails were like boiling water, showing signs of evaporation. At the end of the day, the ability to engulf spell techniques was only a matter of how powerful the power of the divine Tao was. There was no power that could engulf all spell techniques. Jiao Wei had just been attacked by Bai Ling's spatial attack, and now she was being attacked by a fireball from the sky, and her expression finally shifted slightly. Right at this moment, the white flying sword imbued with the power of the divine Tao stabbed toward the 9-tailed divine fox's head. Qin Hao didn't even have a chance to do anything before an azure sword projection suddenly appeared from another direction, stabbing toward his 8*S. Bai Ling, Yu Dou, Qing Beiqin, and Bai Muyu, 4 return to void final stage mighty figures, had attacked almost at the same time. Qin Hao didn't think that it would be so difficult to kill Lin. To think that he would be targeted by 4 return to void final stage mighty figures. Shadow manifestation. His body tremored violently, and his massive black body disappeared like smoke and mist before merging into the darkness. Boom! The golden fireball exploded like a bright sun upon crashing into the ground. Qing Beiqin and Bai Muyu's attacks missed at the same time. Bai Ling harumphed coldly before disappearing on the spot. And Lin's spatial barrier disappeared, and he was just about to move around a little when he discovered that the omnipresent darkness had enshrouded his body again, immobilizing him on the spot again. And Lin, F***ck Dubai. Could it be that he had no choice but to be a bystander? He wasn't the only one who was feeling indignant. Tina and Xiaoza were also extremely indignant as they stood rooted to the spot, like wooden blocks. Thankfully, Chen Hao didn't have an opportunity to attack them. Otherwise, they would all be dead meat. This was the terrifying power of the nine-tailed divine fox. She was only at the pinnacle of the return to void stage, but she was already this terrifying. If they didn't have the power of the divine Tao to keep the darkness at bay, they wouldn't even have a chance to move. To the nine-tailed divine fox, all beings below the return to void final stage were ants. On the battlefield, as a mighty figure who had mastered the power of the spatial divine Tao, Bai Ling had done a lot of research on the nine-tailed divine fox's ability to merge into the darkness. She flashed toward the very center of the darkness before splaying her hands open, and her divine sense spread to every corner of the darkness as countless streams of information flashed through her eyes. Found you! She launched an almighty fist toward a certain spot in the air. The space instantly twisted and crumbled amid a howl of agony. The nine-tailed divine fox reappeared, and it hurtled back in retreat. Darkness slaughter. It let loose an enraged roar, and the darkness around it surged violently toward all of the living beings within the darkness. Bai Ling's expression shifted drastically, and she immediately unleashed her spatial power to teleport Lin, Tina, and Xiaoze together before enshrouding them in a protective barrier with her power of the divine Tao. It was exactly because of this distraction that her body was struck by the darkness, and she threw up a large mouthful of blood. Big Sister Bai, and Lin let loose a cry of surprise upon seeing this, and his fists clenched tightly together. Never would he have thought that he would become a burden one day. Qing Beichen, Bai Muyu, and Yu Dou had already unleashed attacks upon the nine-tailed divine fox again. Bai Muyu's frosty sword Dao had reached the pinnacle. Qing Beichen's attacks were unpredictable and lethal, and Yu Dou's attacks were as heavy as a massive mountain. The coordination between the three of them could be said to be flawless, with control and output. The only thing they lacked was absolute suppression of power. That's right, even though their attacks were very well-rounded, they were still unable to break through Chen Hao's defenses. Chen Hao's nine tails danced through the air like a horde of demons, disintegrating and engulfing one powerful attack after another. Not only that, but he was also able to retaliate from time to time, thereby giving him the upper hand over the three mighty figures. If things continued like this, all three of them were going to be defeated by Chen Hao. Big Sister Bai, hug me tight, and Lin suddenly said. Bai Ling's eyes widened with incredulity as she turned toward Lin. And Lin was trying to tease her at a time like this? Hug me and get within 100 meters of Chen Hao. I'm going to absorb his energy. And Lin added. Bai Ling came to a sudden realization, and a warm smile appeared on her face. I'll take you flying. She wrapped an arm around Lin's waist before transforming into a streak of white light that tore through the darkness toward the nine-tailed divine fox. Chapter 10:22. And Lin flew through the air with Bai Ling in her arms, and all of the power of darkness around him was kept at bay by Bai Ling's spatial divine Tao. Everything around them quickly receded into the distance, and Lin drew closer and closer to Chen Hao. The nine-tailed divine fox immediately whipped a massive black tail through the air, and the space around him began to congeal at the same time. In order to prevent Bai Ling from using spatial skipping, the nine-tailed divine fox had already unleashed his attack and spatial seal at the same time. Bai Ling's expression did not change in the slightest, as if she had already predicted that the nine-tailed divine fox would use this method. A white formation suddenly appeared on the back of her hand, upon which a white light that was as soft and smooth as jelly enshrouded both her and Lin's bodies, instantly breaking through the nine-tailed divine fox's spatial seal as her speed increased explosively once again. The massive tail swept through the air, and the ball of light quickly rose into the air to evade the attack in the nick of time. The other three returned to void. Final stage mighty figures didn't know what Bai Ling was trying to do, but they knew that she was doing something extremely important, so they began to attack Qin Hao with all their might in order to draw away Bai Ling's attention. Countless ghostly heads materialized from the massive tail, all of which pounced toward Bai Ling. Bai Ling didn't slow down at all. She used her hand as a saber, and like a female warrior slaying ghosts, she slashed through the air in a series of sharp trajectories, slicing through all of the oncoming black, ghostly heads. Finally, she reached the nine-tailed divine fox's back and swung Enlin toward the nine-tailed divine fox's back. Go, Enlin! Boom! Enlin crashed viciously into the nine-tailed divine fox's back. Qin Hao howl! Enlin's head was spinning, and tears were about to flow from his eyes. He only needed Bai Ling to get him within 100 meters of Qin Hao, not to get him into close contact with Qin Hao. Why the hell was he being tossed around like a human bomb? A smug smile appeared on Bai Ling's face as she looked at Enlin, who had crashed into Qin Hao's back. Her plan was actually quite simple. Enlin needed to get close to Qin Hao, so she would get Enlin to stick close to Qin Hao. That was the safest method, and it wasn't like it was impossible. Enlin grumbled internally, but the image of a golden eye still appeared on his forehead. Divine Plunder Technique, activate. A vast array of spells instantly appeared in his mind. Fortunately, Enlin's soul was powerful. Otherwise, he would have exploded from the overwhelming amount of information. Among the many spell techniques, he chose to steal the Master of Darkness. In that instant, the nine-tailed divine fox felt as if he had lost something. F***CK off. The divine fox god roared as the power of the divine Tao erupted from his body and blasted Enlin flying. Enlin threw up a mouthful of blood from the terrifying power of the dark divine Tao, and his body was caught by Bai Ling as he flew through the air. At such a close distance, even Bai Ling would find it difficult to protect Enlin, so it was best to distance themselves from him. Enlin, you're the best! Bai Ling exclaimed with elation. Enlin was at a loss. What's wrong? Bai Ling stared at Enlin in shock. You didn't know? Now, the restraining power in the darkness has completely disappeared. Enlin's heart also jolted upon hearing this. So, I can move freely now. Bai Ling's eyes narrowed with a smile. What do you think? You don't even know what you've done. I'm starting to wonder if you were the one who did this. A resigned smile appeared on Enlin's face. They had been in a dire situation at the time, and there were simply too many spell techniques for him to analyze all of them. As such, he could only choose the spell technique with the most bad asterisk his name. Master of Darkness. Who would have thought that the Master of Darkness was the spell technique that the nine-tailed divine fox god had used to restrict their movements? Enlin carefully reflected on the true intent of the spell technique before waving his hand toward the darkness, upon which invisible undercurrents began to surge. This feeling was very good. It was as if he was the master of darkness. Big sister Bai, don't run anymore, Enlin urged. Bai Ling looked at the man in her arms. I want to fight. Enlin spoke in a firm voice. Qin Hao clearly knew what he had lost, and he turned to Enlin with an enraged roar. How? What did you do to me? Just his roar alone sent shockwaves rippling through the air for several kilometers. A faint smile appeared on Enlin's face in the face of this terrifying soundwave attack as he continued onward atop his brick with a calm expression. The sound wave crashed into a spot over 1,000 feet in front of him, but it was as if it had struck an invisible wall and was instantly repelled. Qin Hao's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, and a sense of foreboding welled up in his heart. Enlin looked directly at the nine-tailed divine fox god and spread open his arms with a mocking expression on his face. I, Enlin, am the true master of this darkness. Boom! Boundless darkness surged in a frenzy to imprison the gargantuan nine-tailed divine fox. Hell, that's my power! How did you steal my power?" The nine-tailed divine fox was both shocked and enraged as dazzling divine light erupted from his body to keep the surrounding darkness at bay. Chunhao's home turf had now become Lin's home turf. Qing Beiqin, by Muyu Yudo, and by Ling all launched attacks toward Chen Hao at the same time. They were the ones being suppressed by the darkness before, and they were forced to unleash their power of the divine Tao to defend themselves, while Chen Hao was completely unrestrained. Now, the situation was reversed. They were completely at ease, while Chen Hao was being suppressed by the darkness. The result of this was a complete reversal of the battle situation. One earth-shattering spell technique after another fell upon the nine-tailed divine fox, and he was quickly forced into a disadvantageous position. Yudo broke through the defense of the nine-tailed divine fox's tail and sent him flying with a single punch. Bai Muyu's sword projection froze space as she slashed down upon the nine-tailed divine fox's head. Hell! White bone hell! A suit of white bone armor suddenly appeared on the nine-tailed divine fox's body. The sword projection struck the nine-tailed divine fox's armor, upon which dazzling light erupted, but it was unable to break through the defense. Right at this moment, countless extremely sharp white bone spikes appeared from the darkness before stabbing toward Bai Muyu and Yudo in a frenzy. The white bone spikes were extremely terrifying, and when they struck Yudo's body, they were able to inflict a series of wounds upon his body. Bai Muyu quickly swung her sword to defend herself, but she was knocked back several hundred meters with each and every clash between her sword and the white bone spikes. The nine-tailed divine fox let loose a string of unsettling cries after donning the white bone armor, and the crimson light in his eyes became even more intense. He was clearly on the verge of losing his mind. Countless intertwining bones blossomed like a ferocious lotus flower with the nine-tailed divine fox at the center. Qing Beiqin swung his claws through the air to swat the oncoming white bone spikes away before slowly opening his eyes. If he continues to fight like this, Chen Hao's divine Tao is going to degenerate, and he's going to self-destruct. So all we have to do is stall for time? And Lin asked. A wry smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. Stall for time? If we really do that, there's a very good chance that he'll take one or more of us down with him before he self-destructs. A faint smile appeared on Qing Beichin's face, and his body gradually expanded before instantly transforming into an eight-tailed divine fox. The best way is to kill Chen Hao before he degenerates, and Lin nodded as his eyes also lit up. Seeing as that's the case, I'll try out the new spell technique I just came up with. Chapter 10:23. The nine-tailed divine fox seemed to have gained the upper hand again after unleashing his white bone hell. The four returned to void stage mighty figures were all forced into retreat by its bones. The white bone was like the scythe of the grim reaper in the darkness, constantly shuttling back and forth and cutting. If one was the slightest bit careless, they would be pierced through. Qing Beiqin, Bai Ling, Bai Muyu, and Yudo had all detected Chen Hao's abnormality, and they knew that they had to end this battle as soon as possible, so they all decided to unleash their trump cards. Qing Beiqin pounced toward Chen Hao and unleashed his claws. Qing Divine Seal. A boundless divine seal appeared before his hands. Azure Divine Tao light pierced through the surrounding darkness as it flew toward the nine-tailed divine fox. This was the paramount divine seal left behind by the ancestors of the green fox tribe. It was created by a Tao integration stage divine fox, and it possessed the power to vanquish all techniques. All of the white bone attacks that came into contact with the divine seal quickly collapsed and were annihilated into the tiniest particles. Rumble. The divine seal crashed into the nine-tailed divine fox's white bone lotus flower, shattering its skeleton before shattering it with ease. The nine-tailed divine fox sensed the danger, and his nine tails formed a circular shield in front of him. The azure divine seal collided with the nine tails, causing energy to explode outwards. An extremely powerful annihilating force tore through the nine tails, leaving ghastly bloody wounds on them. Roar! Chen Hao let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was blasted away by the Azure Divine Seal. At the same time, a mountain-like pressure came from behind him. Dragon, Snake, Rock Fist. Yu Dou's entire body was enshrouded in golden flames, making him look like a moving sun. His fist was imbued with monstrous power, and he ferociously hammered it toward Chen Hao's backside. Scram! Chen Hao was infuriated. His eyes turned crimson as he turned around abruptly, his claws whistling through the air towards Yu Dou's fist. The power of the divine Tao at the pinnacle of the return to Void Stage was unleashed without any reservation. Rumble! When the two collided, the shock waves of energy swept out for dozens of miles. The momentum of the fist was suppressed by the power of the claws. The nine-tailed divine fox's power of the divine Tao tore through Yu Dou's fist before crashing into Yu Dou's body with all its might, knocking him flying with blood gushing from his mouth. Space, spiritual source slash. A cold and ethereal voice sounded. Bai Ling unleashed her trump card when Chen Hao attacked Yu Dou. Thin blue lines formed a net and descended from the sky. The terrifying sharpness caused the space to tremble and crack. This was spatial energy that had been condensed to the extreme, and it could easily cut through all hard objects. Even space was as fragile as tofu in front of it. Bai Ling's spiritual energy slicing was extremely fast, and it instantly landed on the nine-tailed divine fox's white bone armor. A sharp screeching sound erupted, and the white bones materialized from the nine-tailed divine fox's power of the divine Tao were slowly being torn apart by the thin blue lines. The white bone armor was torn apart, and black blood splattered everywhere. The nine-tailed divine fox howled with agony as he unleashed his power of the divine Tao with all his might to defend himself. The nine-tailed divine fox's defenses were riddled with openings. Chen Hao colluded with outsiders and plotted to harm the prodigies of his own clan. He destroyed the foundation of our fox clan and should be executed according to the law. Today, I will eliminate you, the scourge of the fox clan, on behalf of our ancestors. Bai Muyu slit her wrist and offered her blood essence to the sword. A sword projection soared into the sky, and the extremely low temperatures froze the space around it. She held the blood sword in her hand, and she descended upon the nine-tailed divine fox's head from above. One sword strike, and all techniques were parted. The pure white sword projection sliced the darkness in half, as if nothing could stop this sword strike. The nine-tailed divine fox's body was frozen by the power of extreme frost, and even his blood seemed to have congealed. Splat! The white sword projection fell and decapitated the nine-tailed divine fox's head. At this moment, Lin had been teleported to the air above the nine-tailed divine fox by Tina, and he was just about to unleash his most powerful technique when he was completely dumbstruck by the sight of the decapitated nine-tailed divine fox. This was an F***king happening. He hadn't even attacked yet. However, the darkness did not dissipate, and sinister laughter reverberated throughout the entire space. You want to kill me? I won't die until I kill all of you. The nine-tailed divine fox's tail slowly rose, and the bones on its semi-transparent black tail became as red as blood. At the same time, a pair of eyes appeared on its tail, and Lin's expression shifted drastically. So the tail was the main body. His voice reverberated within his sea of vital energy. And Kirin, Holy Flame Vermilion Bird, I need your help. The two of them raised their heads at the same time, and Kirin was quite enthusiastic, but the Vermilion Bird was a little reluctant, but it still let loose a light cry. Boom! And Lin unleashed his origin energy of the netherworld, and his aura swelled explosively to the return to Void Stage. A golden lotus flashed on his forehead as he activated his Earth Lotus Supreme skill to its fullest extent, and the projection of a golden fist began to appear on Lin's arm. 5 dazzling bolts of lightning erupted from Kiran's sea of vital energy. Devastating golden void lightning enshrouded his golden fist, and the power of the darkness of origin made the lightning as black as ink. At the same time, the flaming phoenix let loose a clear cry as a paramount holy flame fused into his fist. Gradually, the mountain-quaking fist, which was imbued with the power of the earth, took on a platinum color. With the assistance of the vermilion bird and Kiran, the power of the golden void lightning and holy flame was fused into the mountain-quaking fist to its fullest extent. And this wasn't the limit. Lin looked up at the darkness between heaven and earth before unleashing his Lord of Darkness power. Rumble, boundless darkness compressed his mountain-quaking fist in a frenzy, preventing it from exploding prematurely. Lin continued to inject power into his mountain-quaking fist. Double the energy, triple the energy, quadruple the energy within his body was quickly being sucked away. Lin swallowed pills to replenish his energy as he injected power into his fist. The platinum color of the mountain-quaking fist became more and more dazzling, and the divine might emanating from it seemed to be able to suppress the darkness between heaven and earth. The 9-tailed divine fox's body shuddered, and he had clearly also noticed the terrifying spell technique that was slowly accumulating in the air above him. And Lin, Chan Hao's voice was filled with boundless hatred, as if he were being ravaged by a demon. However, he didn't even get a chance to do anything before the 4 return to void stage mighty figures unleash their attacks again. This time, they were trying to control the spell technique in order to create an opportunity for Lin. Lin's divine body was unable to withstand the terrifying power of the spell technique, and it began to crack open as blood stained his entire arm. He knew that if things continued like this, his arm was going to explode. Lin turned to the 9-tailed divine fox on the ground before descending from the sky. He launched an almighty punch with his bloodied arm. 8-fold darkness, holy flame, mountain-quaking, lightning fist. The platinum fist was like the rising sun, pulverizing all of the darkness between heaven and earth. It slowly descended, as if it were the calm before a nuclear bomb crashed into the ground. Everything remained silent and unmoving, and only its dazzling light remained. The 9-tailed divine fox twisted its body frantically, but the layers of control spell techniques made it unable to escape. It had nowhere to put its 9 tails, and a sense of impending doom engulfed its entire body. Just like that, the fist landed on its body. At that moment, all the restrictions on it disappeared. Boom! 8-fold, darkness-type, holy fire mountain-quaking lightning fist exploded. The platinum energy instantly engulfed everything in the surroundings. Life, soil, dust, void, everything was annihilated by that terrifying energy. The darkness that was powerful enough to engulf the light of the sun was instantly pulverized by the white energy. A fireball that was even more dazzling than the sun appeared in this world. Destructive power ravaged everything. The power of the earth, the power of death, the power of annihilation, the power of the golden void lightning, and the power of the holy flame all erupted in an unbridled manner. Space was shattered and chaotic turbulence erupted. The earth tremored and cracked open as terrifying shockwaves swept forth for over 1,000 kilometers. At that moment, all of the living beings in the Fox tribe territory could see a platinum sun rising from the ground, bringing boundless light and heat to this world. Chapter 10:24. Eightfold darkness, holy flame, mountain quaking, lightning fist. This was a spell technique that Lin had created on the spur of the moment. Not only did this fist possess all of the advantages of the traditional nuclear lightning fist, but it was also imbued with the power of the Lord of Darkness and Kiran, the holy flame vermilion bird and pills. However, he was still not satisfied, and he continued to inject power into the fist, elevating it to 8 times its original power. To think that he had managed to create such a massive hodgepodge. In all honesty, even Enlin didn't know just how powerful this fist was. He regretted his decision in the instant that the explosion occurred. He regretted not running further away. The terrifying explosion instantly pulverized the nine-tailed divine fox's world of darkness. The nine-tailed divine fox's blood-curdling cries came to an abrupt end. Not only that, but it also engulfed all of the mighty figures present, including Enlin, Tina, and Xiaozhe. All of the 4-9 immortal sect and fox tribe powerful beings had already fled into the distance. However, they were still not spared from the explosion. They were still struck by the shock waves of the explosion and were knocked flying into the distance. The center of the explosion had already transformed into a white ball that twisted and shattered space, but the energy and shock waves radiating from the explosion extended into infinity and beyond, tearing up the entire ground below. Even Tang Shimin, who was standing at the pinnacle of the explosion, was knocked off the cliff by the shock waves. Holy F***CK! What the hell is this destructive energy? Did some living being self-destruct? Shui Zhantian's expression turned pale with fright as he was held in Su Xiaolan's arms. How could a self-destruct unleash such terrifying power? I don't believe it. Even the self-destruction of a return to void stage fatso of over 50 million kilograms wouldn't be able to unleash such power, woof! Dabai was not being held in Su Xiaolan's arms due to his size and personality, so he immediately objected. Su Xiaolan unleashed her true dragon wall to protect everyone from the shock waves. She pursed her lips as she looked at the terrifying energy surging through the air. The power is very similar to the nuclear lightning fist that Enlin used in the past, but isn't this power a little too ridiculous? That's right, this level of power didn't feel like something that a return to void stage mighty figure could unleash. What I'm most worried about is that Enlin is still within the range of this move. Will he really be fine? Xian Yuancheng said worriedly. If that move was unleashed by Master, then there's no need to worry. Have you ever heard of anyone using their own technique to blow themselves up? No one would be that stupid, Xiao Hong said in her sweet voice. No, I've heard of it before, Xian Yuancheng replied solemnly. Lu Qianhuan massaged her brows and continued, Xiao Hong, your master is exactly the kind of person you're talking about. During the Tao Exchange Conference of the Four Powers, he was the one who annihilated an entire team with a single punch. Oh, that's right. He killed himself and his teammates. Little Red had nothing to say. She felt that she didn't understand her master well enough. The explosion gradually subsided. The destructive energy gradually dissipated. The destruction of space and the turbulence of primal chaos continued. Everyone turned their eyes toward the center of the explosion. Su Xiaolan and the others had already begun to converge toward the center of the explosion. Within a crater with no end in sight, a mushroom cloud was blown away by a certain power. And Su Xiaolan suddenly rushed toward a certain direction. Within the crater, she picked up a charred male in her arms. Her arms were trembling slightly, and her eyes were red as tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. And Lin was in an extremely pitiful state. He was like a piece of charcoal, and his vitality was almost undetectable. Thankfully, he still had a heartbeat, and his evergreen technique was still circulating on its own to repair his injuries. Otherwise, Su Xiaolan would have collapsed on the spot. Su Xiaolan pulled out an immortal pill from her storage ring without hesitation and stuffed it into Enlin's mouth. Giant Enlin, a sobbing voice rang out. There was a fairy in Enlin's clasped hands, and she was struggling to open her palms. Even though her body was injured, she had been very well protected, so she had not fainted. However, tears began to flow from her eyes upon seeing the state Enlin was in. Wah! Giant Enlin, why did you get injured so badly for me? Wah! Tina was sobbing uncontrollably as she frantically unleashed her power to heal Enlin's injuries. Don't be too sad, little Na. Big brother and didn't get injured so badly for you. He would have been in this state regardless of whether he was protecting you or not. Woof. Dabai consoled her. Tina, the fairy glared at Dabai. Can't you just let me be a little touched? Are you all right, master? Xiao Zhe limped over with bloodstains all over his body, and there was a panicked expression on his face as he looked at Enlin. He was situated quite far away from the center of the explosion, and his skin was quite thick, making him one of the most powerful return to void stage cultivators. Even so, he had still sustained very severe injuries. His injuries have already stabilized. I really didn't think that he would use a technique like this again. It's a self-inflicted wound, Su Xiaolan said with a resigned expression. You're wrong. It's not injuring 1,000 enemies, but injuring 800. It's injuring 1,000 enemies, but injuring 5,600. Yu Dou's body began to appear, and his entire body was riddled with wounds from which blood was gushing forth, creating an extremely wretched sight. Su Qianyun cocked her head to the side with a confused expression. How could it be, injuring 5,600? What kind of joke is that? Bai Ling made her way over to them expressionlessly. 800 times 7 equals 5,600. Everyone came to a sudden realization. There were a total of 7 allies on the battlefield, and Enlin had killed 1 enemy, but he had also crippled 7 allies, including himself, injuring 5,600 for the sake of killing 1,000 enemies. Big Brother and his bad asterisk SS. Woof! Dabai was astonished. What an unprecedented feat! Xue Zhantian chimed in. All of the other mighty figures couldn't be bothered with these beast pets, and they all turned their attention to Enlin. What's the situation like now? Bai Muyu dragged her wounded body over to Enlin with a concerned expression. He's fine. He has very strong life force. A smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face as she pulled out a coffin before placing Enlin into it. Bai Muyu, Yu Dou, and the others all grimaced upon hearing this. This is what you meant by fine. He's already in a coffin. How can you be so calm? Have you gone insane? Soon, they understood what was going on. That coffin possessed extremely powerful healing effects. In conjunction with the immortal pill and the power of the second stage of the evergreen technique, his body was rapidly recovering at a rate discernible to the naked eye. Chen Hao has been blasted into a skeleton. Qing Beiqin slowly made his way over to them. His handsome features were charred black, but he was still very handsome. He tossed a storage ring toward Su Xiaolan. And Lin contributed the most to this operation, so you can have Chen Hao's spoils of war. Thank you, Senior. Su Xiaolan accepted the storage ring with a smile, and Lin had risked his life for this, so she accepted it without any qualms. Qing Beiqin turned to Bai Muyu and said, the biggest enemy has been eliminated, but there will still be repercussions. The remaining forces of the Black Fox tribe will either be eliminated or absorbed into their ranks. As for the threat of the Spirit Fish clan, we should also prepare to deal with them. Bai Muyu nodded. The 4 major powers of the Fox tribe are the White Fox, Black Fox, Green Fox, and Red Fox. It looks like the Black Fox tribe will have to retire from the scene. Without the support of a return to void final stage mighty figure, it was no longer a top-rate power. Chen Hao's son, Qin Nan, is a problem. He has a very close relationship with Lan Xiaoni of the Spirit Fish clan. If the 2 of them get married, then it'll be very difficult to deal with the Black Fox tribe. Qing Beiqin was a little distressed. Right at this moment, a heroic voice sounded from the distance. If you're worried about Qin Nan and Lan Xiaoni getting married, then you don't have to worry anymore. That's because Qin Nan's head is with me. A cultivator flew over atop his sword with a heroic expression. Chapter 10:25. Under everyone's gaze, a man flew over on his sword. A bunch of return to void stage mighty figures were staring at him. A bunch of return to void stage mighty figures were staring up at him. This was the pinnacle of Tang Shimin's life. Tang Shimin flew over gracefully atop his sword before landing beside Lin. I've brought Chen Nan's head. He tossed out a human head from his storage ring as he spoke. Thump! The head fell to the ground. Piss off, piss off, piss off. Everyone let loose cries of surprise upon seeing the human head. It really was Chen Nan's head. Bad *SS Brother Tang. Woof! Debai clapped his hands in praise. Senior Student Tang, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Su Chenyun chimed in her mellow voice. Tang Shimin's chest constricted slightly upon receiving praise from his female student. What did she mean by that? Didn't he look bad *SS? He clearly had the disposition of a powerful being. Chen Nan was a powerful being at the soul formation pinnacle stage. He was extremely cunning and had many trump cards up his sleeves. Qing Beichin praised with a smile. Tang Shimin also joined his hands in salute. You're far too kind, senior. It's just a small matter. These words were very satisfying to hear, and they were coming from the leader of the Green Fox tribe. Chen Nan's death was extremely significant to the Green Fox tribe. After all, Chen Nan and Lan Xiaoni weren't married yet, so there was a limit to how much the Spirit Fish clan could retaliate. As such, there would be much less resistance when it came to purging the Black Fox tribe. Not long after that, another burst of energy fluctuations erupted from the distance. Su Xiaolan and the others looked up to discover that it was Xiao Chou and Bai Yao. The explosion had created such a huge commotion that they would be able to identify where they were as long as they weren't blind. Little Yao, why are you here? Bai Muyu heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that Bai Yao was safe and sound. Xiao Chou and I were very worried about you, Bai Yao replied. Xiao Chou's face turned deathly pale upon seeing Lin's charred body, and he almost burst into tears as he rushed toward the coffin. Fortunately, Su Xiaolan explained in time that Lin's life was not in danger. Only then did he suppress the sadness in his heart. Xiao Chou turned to look at the human head in Tang Shimin's hand, and his eyes lit up. Senior Student Tang, you killed Chen Nan who escaped from me and Little Yao? This is great. Tang Shimin's face convulsed as he stared incredulously at Xiao Chou. He was currently in the process of showing off, so how could the clown mercilessly expose the fact that he was picking up the last hit? Ahem, that's right. Chen Nan resisted quite strongly at the time. That was an earth-shattering battle, and several dozen mountains were blasted apart in succession before Chen Nan was finally slain. A reminiscent expression appeared on Tang Shimin's face as he tried to redeem himself. All the students rolled their eyes. Didn't they know just how powerful Tang Shimin was? In short, the battle had finally come to an end, and Lin also gradually regained consciousness. He saw everyone staring at him with concern across the coffin, and he couldn't help but shed tears of regret. Xiaolan, let me explain. I really went too far this time. I really didn't want to take such a risk. You can explain it to me after you've recovered. Su Xiaolan chuckled coldly. Seniors, how did you guys also sustain such severe injuries? Could it be that Chen Hao didn't die from that attack of mine, and he retaliated with all his might? Mr. Lin sure knows how to joke. We were all killed by you. Cold sweat poured down in Lin's forehead as he turned to look at Tang Shimin and the human head beneath his feet. Impressive, Senior Student Tang. You managed to land the killing blow and kill him. Tang Shimin felt as if a sword had been stabbed into his heart again, and he roared with rage in his heart. You're lying in a coffin, yet you still want to insult me? Huh. Hee. Classmate and Lin sure has sharp eyes, Tang Shimin grumbled. And Lin looked at Tang Shimin's darkened expression and couldn't help but wonder if he had said something wrong. Did he say something wrong? That couldn't be right. Tang Shimin was only at the spirit-nurturing final stage, so he could only have killed Chen Nan, who was at the soul formation pinnacle stage. Xiao Chou was the most emotional of all of them. After seeing Lin wake up, he didn't even look at his wife. Instead, he wanted to stay by Lin's side. Oi, Xiao Cho, I told you I'm fine, so don't neglect the bride, and Lin said with a resigned expression. Big brother in. You were injured because of me, so how could I abandon you? You're the most important person right now, and I want to keep an eye on you. Xiao Cho spoke with an extremely sincere expression, and Lin silently closed his eyes as he stared at Xiao Chao's ghastly face plastered to the coffin. Idiot, you want to keep an eye on me, but I don't want to keep an eye on you. I want to see beautiful women like Xiaolan, Su Qianyan, and Su Qianyan. Why did you have to come here just to stain my eyes? In any case, the 4-9 Immortal Sect and the Fox Tribe were the victors of this battle. Under Lin's vehement insistence, the wedding continued. As for the battle and the earth-shattering explosion, Lin only smiled. Xiao Cho, did you like the cannon salute I prepared for your wedding? Xiao Cho sobbed uncontrollably. Bai Yao was extremely touched. She felt like Xiao Chao's master was peerlessly domineering. Qinghu City was once again transformed into a sea of joy. Dancing and singing filled the air, and there were countless guests. Due to their victory, the Fox Tribe was even more elated. A series of beautiful Fox Tribe beauties danced on the stage. Some of them were even pole dancing with great enthusiasm, and Lin and the others' hearts were surging with excitement. Hemen. Su Xiaolan pursed her lips. She was a little displeased, but she couldn't let Lin and the others down on such a joyous occasion, so she could only sit off to the side with Su Qianyan and munch on sunflower seeds. And Lin was already able to get out of the coffin. As for his internal injuries, he would be able to recover after a few days of rest. Fireworks blossomed in the night sky, illuminating the monotonous night sky. This was going to be a sleepless night. Xiao Cho and Bai Yao made their way to the VIP seats and offered toasts to everyone. Xiao Cho made his way to Lin and downed 9 cups of wine in a row before bursting into tears again with Lin in his arms. Bai Yao raised her wine cup and made her way over to Lin with a dainty smile on her face. Big brother Lin, if it weren't for you, Xiao Cho and I wouldn't be together. I'll remember all of this in my heart. Hence, I'll toast this cup of wine to you. After going to so many tables, this was the first time she drank the cup of highly alcoholic celestial wine in such a straightforward manner. And Lin naturally wasn't going to hesitate and also downed the entire cup of wine in one go. I wish you happiness. And Lin said. Bai Yao and Xiao Cho both nodded with earnest expressions. This happiness hadn't come easily to them, so they were definitely going to cherish it. They chatted for a while longer. Not long after that, they left the banquet. Yes, they were going to welcome the 3 great joys of their lives, the wedding night. Chapter 10:26. A string of information instantly appeared in his mind. The first thing that caught his eye was 230 vital stones, which was equivalent to 2,300,000 spirit stones. And Lin was quite impressed by the sight of a vixen dancing around. Xiao Hong wagged her head from side to side. What's so good about marriage? You should learn from me and embrace the sun. Praise the sun. The sun is justice. The sun is happiness. His eyes rolled over. Divine inspection technique. He suddenly said, Take off your pink undergarments and reveal your smooth, jade-like body. Your snowy white peaks stand tall, and your fragrance is so alluring that I'm drooling. That place was isolated from the hustle and bustle, and it was as tranquil as a paradise. A faint smile appeared on his face as he refined the storage ring. Sigh, I'm so angry. However, such a wondrous woman was being embraced by a wondrous monkey. You're a return to void final stage mighty figure, but you don't even have an immortal tool? And Lin was a little exasperated. Su Xiaolan couldn't help but feel like their master and disciple relationship was a little too good. Big brother Cho has become the first winner in our beast pet team. Woof! Dabai sighed with emotion. Dabai continued, You've mesmerized countless starving people. They've captured you, pinched you, sucked you in their mouths, and chewed on you. I've never been able to leave you since I was a child. Ah, my dear Peanut. Look at that Xiaozhe. He's been staring at the stage the entire time. Why would he think of feeding his master? The veins on Lin's forehead bulged. I refuse to believe this. I'm going to open you up. I've been tricked. 2,000 words were omitted below, and Lin silently turned his eyes toward the center of the stage. Smells so good, woof. After enjoying the dance, and Lin turned his eyes toward the ring in his hand. He pulled out the box, only to find that he couldn't find a way to open it. And Lin, after that, he turned his attention to other things. There were 3 high-rank spirit tools, as well as some miscellaneous materials, but there was nothing that surprised him. And Lin was extremely excited, and he immediately unleashed his divine inspection technique. There weren't many immortal pills, only one, but it was a second-grade immortal pill of an extremely high rank. There were 3 healing celestial fruits. The 6th Revolution Green Essence fruit was a 5th-grade celestial fruit. He couldn't be bothered with the 2 pet beasts with improper views on love and continued watching the performance on stage. He's not just Lin's servants, beast pets, and disciples. He's the winner of our entire 4-9 immortal sect. Tang Shiman's blood was boiling with envy. If he could marry such a beautiful wife, then he would have no regrets in his life. Sure enough, accepting a little lowly as a disciple was much better than accepting a girl. A rough calculation showed that his current assets were close to 70 million spirit stones, and he was getting closer and closer to his target of 100 million. And Lin chuckled and thought to himself, what do you know? Everyone looked on with envy at Xiao Chou and Bai Yao's departing figures. Wasn't feeding her something that her would-be Dao companion should do? And Lin opened his mouth and bit down on the fruit that Yi Ling had handed to him before carefully tasting it. Su Xiaolan turned to Lin and Yi Ling with a vexed expression. It was over for a little girl. So sweet. A series of handsome male foxes danced, sang, and performed spell techniques, and all of the female spectators screamed in excitement. Was this a mockery? This had to be a mockery, right? Also, he felt like something was a little off, as if this wasn't how things were supposed to play out. However, a strange box caught his attention. In case everyone was saying that he was a water addict. Following that was a dozen or so high-rank spirit pills and spirit fruits, all of which exuded astonishing energy fluctuations. It's not just the beast pet group. It's my servant group, my beast pet group, my disciple group, and myself who are the first winners in life. And Lin was very tired. What kind of experience was it to have his beast pets consummate their wedding night before him? Dark Phoenix Dead Spirit Pill. A second-grade immortal pill refined from the bone marrow of a mythological beast. Consumption of this pill can enhance one's divine sense and absorb the power of dark flames. There is also a certain chance that one will be able to master the Tao of the Dark Phoenix. Xiao Chou and Bai Yao drank some wine from one another before snuggling up against each other on the bed. And Lin fell silent as he looked at the smooth wooden box before him. He had only just recovered from his severe injuries, so he was not in a good position to move around, so he was naturally able to bask in his disciple's attention. However, in another place, what followed was a series of erotic scenes. On the stage, a beautiful female fox danced in a myriad of ways. Her hips were swaying from side to side, and her seductive eyes seemed to be able to seduce the onlooker's soul. It's an auspicious day, and it's the time to open the storage ring. Let me see what's inside the storage ring of the leader of the Black Fox tribe, Qin Hao. He pried open the peanut shells with his paws as he spoke and took off his pink underwear before continuing to eat. The candlelight flickered, and the white fox and the monkey were both intoxicated. That's strange. Why isn't there a part to open the box? Bai Yao lowered her head shyly as a faint smile appeared on her face. Her bashfulness was tinged with a hint of seduction, and her seductive demeanor was enough to enchant all of the male foxes. All of a sudden, she came to a realization. He hesitated momentarily before deciding to consume this pill after his body had fully recovered. The fox tribe was extremely proficient in the art of beauty, And it wasn't just limited to the beauty of humans. There were countless types of dances, and they could make rock golems, vegetable golems, and flatbread monsters reach orgasm just by looking at them. Everyone else also averted their gazes with awkward expressions on their faces. However, they were too embarrassed to hammer Dubai, as Dubai was right. They were the ones who were thinking the wrong thing. Thankfully, all of the female cultivators of the 4-9 Immortal sect were more reserved and not as crazy as the other female fans. This was perhaps because they were used to seeing Big Brother Chung, so they had developed an immunity toward handsome men. A mechanical wooden box could not be opened by a brainless person. "Master, here, have a bite." Yi Ling peeled off the shell of a precious fruit before placing the fruit into Lin's mouth. "What the F *CK? You're only telling me this after talking for so long? What's so good about marriage? Is it as fun as creating a world?" Tina chimed in. However, Dubai seemed to have sensed something as he looked in the direction that Xiao Chou and Baiyao had departed in, and Lin silently lowered his saber, and Lu Qianhuan silently put away her wand. The two of them gradually drew closer and kissed. Everyone stared at Dubai with astonishment on their faces, as if they were looking at a freak. Who would have thought that Dubai would dare to say something like this in public? Today was the pinnacle of Xiao Chow's monkey life. A wide smile appeared on Yi Ling's face at the sight of Lin happily eating, and she continued to feed him with a sense of accomplishment. Not only did she peel fruits, but she also peeled peanuts and melon seeds, of course. The fox tribe wouldn't ignore the female population. Little Yao were finally husband and wife. A hideous smile appeared on Xiao Chow's face. Chapter 10:27. Qinghu City was a city that never slept, and representatives from the creation realm and other places on the Tai Chu continent partied until dawn. And Lin and the others also partied until dawn. Xiao Chou and Baiyao also partied until dawn. None of that was important. The most important thing was that Lin had finally found the switch to that mysterious box, thereby proving that he was an intelligent man. After opening the box, there was a blue diagram within. There were a series of white dots and complex lines on the diagram, and Lin was dumbstruck upon seeing this. Is this a spell formation? A formation diagram? It doesn't look like it. He was dizzy from the dazzling lines. He had no choice but to ask his teammates for help. This looks like a map? Xianyuan Cheng asked. Lu Qianhuan nodded. This should be the star trajectory diagram of a certain place. Star trajectory diagram? This was the first time Lin had heard of something like this. What's a star trajectory diagram? As an experienced and knowledgeable disciple, Xiao Zhe patiently answered his master's question. A star trajectory diagram is a method of determining a certain coordinate by observing the starry sky from a certain angle. Look, Master, these white dots represent the distribution of stars, and the white lines represent the orbits of the stars. When we look up at the sky from different places, there will be slight differences in the starry sky. The orbit of the starry sky is located at the place where the starry sky shown on the map can be seen at midnight. And Lin was dumbstruck. How can we tell that? The Tai Chu continent is so big. Are we supposed to go to every place to look at the stars and match them? That doesn't make sense. And Lin, you seem to have forgotten that there is a profession known as stargazers. Lu Qianhuan's purple eyes flashed with a mysterious light. There is a type of living being that is born with a special ability to sense the stars in the sky. They can use the movement of the stars to predict fortune and fortune, thereby allowing them to see everything in this world. In other words, they can draw upon the power of the stars to see the star trajectory diagram. Perhaps they will be able to sense the location indicated by the map. Lu Qianhuan's explanation was very profound, and Lin was used to seeing all sorts of strange phenomena, and he quickly accepted this explanation. This world was very, very big, and there were countless abilities and talents in this world. He felt that it was impossible, but there might be extraordinary people who could do it. Then, who do you think will be able to decipher this artwork? And Lin asked. Lu Qian fantasized for a short while before replying. The Spirit Fish Clan and the Heavenly Turtle Tribe are both very well versed in the art of star divination. The mighty ones among them loved to play with this kind of star trajectory chart. The beings of these two races might be able to help us. And Lin frowned slightly. Suddenly, a guess exploded in his mind. The Spirit Fish Clan mighty figures liked to play with these things, and Chen Hao also had one in his possession. Spirit Fish Clan, Chen Hao Black Fox Tribe marriage. Could all of this be related to the map in the box? And Lin was starting to get restless. Could the location marked on the map be the treasure left behind by a man who had wealth, fame, power, and everything in the world? It could make people all over the world rush to the sea soon. And Lin's eyes began to burn with raging flames. Treasure-seeking king. He was definitely going to be one. Su Xiaolan noticed in Lin's expression and spoke. You can only go after you've recovered from your injuries. Oh, the flames in Lin's eyes were snuffed out, and he nodded obediently. Everyone rested for another day in the White Fox Imperial Palace. Xiao Chou only walked out on the evening of the second day of the wedding, and Lin, Xinyuan Cheng, Dabai, and all the other men were astonished. Seeing the clown struggling to walk, no one took the initiative to help him. F***CK. For losers like them, what interest would they have in helping a monkey winner? No one wanted to disturb Xiao Chow's happiness. Instead, they wanted to leave. I've decided. I'm going to marry a vixen's sister. After witnessing the exquisitely beautiful vixen by Yao and the blissful expression on Xiao Chow's face, Tang Shimin finally made a decision, and Lin chuckled coldly. There's no point in marrying her. Do you think you can last as long as Xiao Chou? Tang Shimin. These words were like a heavy blow to Tang Shimin, causing him to feel extremely ashamed. Xiao Chou made his way over to them, and Lin turned to Xiao Chou with a strained smile on his face. You've been doing this for so long? Xiao Chou faltered slightly before nodding. That's right. I'm so tired. I've exhausted all of my yang energy. Everyone chuckled coldly. Xiao Chou was a little dumbstruck. There was nothing wrong with what he had just said. In order to save Bai Yao, he had intercourse with her for an entire day and used his dark god flame to neutralize the terrifying power of the frosty yang root, thereby resulting in his overexertion. Why was everyone looking at him with expressions of shock and inferiority? Come on, Xiao Chou, you've worked hard today. I'll be the chef today and prepare a feast for everyone. Su Xiaolan already had the demeanor of a chef god. She stood on the spot with a frying pan in her hand, exuding a sense of majesty and beauty. Everyone almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Hard my A**guess. We want this kind of hard work as well. Xiao Chou was extremely touched, and he expressed his gratitude toward Su Xiaolan. Not only was his master very good to him, but his master's Dao partner-to-be was also very good to him. What a big, heartwarming family. Bai Yao also made her way over to them with a hint of a healthy flush on her face. She had clearly been well-nourished. Su Xiaolan asked with a smile, How are you feeling, little Yao? A gentle and shy smile appeared on Bai Yao's face as she replied in a seductive and soft voice. Thanks to Xiao Chow's tireless efforts, my frosty yang root has been cured. And Lin, everyone. That night, Su Xiaolan cooked a large pot of stir-fried tiger kidney god. Su Xiaolan, Xiao Chou, little Yao, make sure to replenish your energy. And Lin and everyone else had tears streaming down their faces. They didn't need to replenish their energy. They hadn't even fired their bullets yet. If they continued to replenish their energy like this, the chamber would explode. However, who could understand their feelings of being abused one after another? Xiao Chou was extremely touched, and he expressed his gratitude toward Su Xiaolan. Not only was his master very good to him, but his Dao partner-to-be was also very good to him. Even her cooking was so caring and considerate. What a big, heartwarming family. This was a banquet that was intertwined with happiness and sorrow. Everyone stayed in Qinghu City for another day. Bai Yao and the White Fox tribe parted ways. If she married a chicken, she would follow the chicken. If she married a dog, she would follow the dog. If she married a monkey, she would follow the monkey. This beautiful princess, White Fox, was going to become a member of the 4-9 Immortal Sect family. Little Yao, come back often when you have time. This will always be your second home. Tears welled up in Bai Muyu's eyes as she held the woman in her arms in a gentle voice. Got it, mother. Bai Yao hugged her mother tightly in her arms as tears streamed down her face. All of the 4-9 Immortal Sect members boarded the space ferry spaceship and waved farewell to the handsome men and beautiful women from the Fox tribe before rising into the sky and disappearing into the clouds. And Lin and the others had left. But this was only just the beginning.